Let us pray. Our Father, our God, we come once again before your presence. Thank you for the many blessings you bestowed upon us, for this opportunity for us to be servants of this city. We ask the Heavenly Father that all that we shall do and say will be pleasing and acceptable in your sight. In thy Son, Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Fact of the day. On September 5th, 1970, the 101st Airborne Division, in coordination with the South Vietnamese 1st Infantry Division, initiates Operation Jeffrey Glenn in Thu Thien, Providence, west of Hue. This operation lasted until October 1971 and was one of the last major large-scale military operations in U.S. ground forces would take place during the Vietnam War. Thought for the day.
All right. Need to get approval of the minutes from August 16th.
So I just had a question before we
Sure.
dive too deep into that. On the minutes side of things, and I guess it's first, City Clerk, who wrote these minutes?
The minutes are transcribed by Victoria in my office.
Okay. And then who edited them?
I did.
Was there anybody from staff, anybody from council that edited these minutes? That added any input at all to what the minutes that we're looking at now?
I believe normally, but I don't know.
Okay. So and it was in reference to the, it's during council reports and the mayor's report, actually, it said that, during the recording, it said that we're going to have a shade meeting this meeting. And then somehow on the minutes, it had said the shade meeting is going to be September 20th. So not sure how that happened.
Jeffrey Mandel is busy today.
Well, the minutes need to reflect what happened.
Okay. So what would you like to do?
We'll correct them to what happened. So, and that's why I'm asking who edited these. I don't understand how we got to September 20th on the minutes, because that's not what was said.
Okay, all right.
I'll go back and listen to those.
No, he's right. Okay, we'll edit them. All right. With that edit, need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Agenda review. Chuck, anything? Okay, public comment.
We have Bev Weinsberg.
What a way to start. Greetings, everybody. I'm Bev Weinsberg, 1303 Hillway Road, Apopka, Florida, 32703. Since you folks have not had the experience of conducting a county or a city charter review, I thought that I would be helping you a little bit with my personal experiences because I have a lot of history in it. I'm appointed by our Orange County Commissioner as one of 15 citizens to conduct the current county charter mandated review. The review commenced in February. It's a committee phase to finalize any initiatives for the November 2024 ballot. 18 full meetings, 20 committee meetings, 5 topic research committees, 125 total hours. The chair appointed me to the Governmental Structure and Expansion Committee, where we are researching existing Florida government's term limits, costing of expanding to more elected commissioners, elections by district, at-large elected commissioners, and the costs and physical facility needs required to capacitate expansion. Every initiative must have costing attached. During my career as a communications professional, my clients included 7 cities, property appraisers, supervisors of elections, sheriffs, school boards, U.S. congressmen, and the Orlando Sanford International Airport. I served 7 state, county, and city appointed boards. But the point here is, I've been schooled by 6 different city governmental structures, including strong mayor and the alternative, a political appointee hired city manager administrator. I've lived through city manager firings, unhappy city commissioners, complaints about strong mayors, both sides of the political coin. So I'm here today with a request to you for this council to please just take a breath about moving forward to create an independent, professional, citizen-led charter review. An opportunity for the public who elected you to make suggestions to improve your government for the better. And once every 20 years is a perfect time to do it. However, your current self-initiated plan dedicating just 6 hours over 3 months of a divided council-run review, bypassing citizen participation until the initiatives are totally written, is not a proper charter review. It's on social media that there's a plan being crafted for an unmandated government cabal. At the Orange County Charter Review meetings, I just have to tell you, we've enjoyed hundreds of input from the community and 22 topics presented for consideration. We have a charter review meeting Monday night at Wekiva High School at 6 o'clock, and I invite all of you to attend. So yes, let's do a charter review. Let's give you an appointed charter review commission that will have 9 months to propose their initiatives, complete with costing analysis for the August or November 2024 ballots. Each of you can appoint 2 representatives to display your point of view, and you can get a budget to get an outside attorney that knows what they're doing to keep you out of the courts and keep you safe with the state. Why rush this? From my experience with so many governments, I just ask you to please be careful what you wish for. You know, your citizens just might not agree with you.
Becca DeCiro.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Rebecca. I live in the Lakeside community, just like right back over here. And last Thursday night, about 10:45, we had an emergency situation that shut down the road, the overpass over 451 that shut down Johns Road. That's basically our only entrance and exit into our neighborhood. And I say basically because we have an emergency exit and entrance that we share with the neighborhood behind us, Breckenridge. But it took us almost 3 hours to try to find the right people to get us into that gate back there. We have a lot of concerned neighbors right now. This is like, I guess, a best case emergency situation for us because none of us were dying to get in or out of our neighborhood that night. Something was happening on the bridge, not with us. But we're really concerned that if we don't have the right help from emergency management or fire, whoever it might be, to get us in and out of our back gate, if we had an emergency situation in our neighborhood, we can't take us 3 hours. So I told my neighbors I would come talk to everybody today and just see if you guys could help us navigate who we need to talk to, whether it's emergency management or whoever it might be.
Guy in the back of the room with the bald head and the white shirt. That's him.
Perfect. See, that was as easy as I thought it was going to be. That was really all that I needed. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Julie Clemens. I must not have the right name. I'm sorry.
Good evening. I'm here to ask a question about this increase on your water and garbage and sewage bill. And I want to know, why is it an increase for the wastewater and stuff when you have your own septic tank? Why is there an increase on it and you have that?
You wouldn't have a septic bill if you have a septic tank.
What was
You
that?
wouldn't have a sewer bill if you have a septic tank.
No, I have a septic tank, but I got the letter in here saying to get an increase on my garbage and,
Yeah, let's see here. Blanche, you have water? Yeah, you get city water? I assume you get city, are you in the county? Or are you in the city?
I'm in the county.
Okay, but in our service area, yeah. Okay. Blanche is coming up here to help you with.
went out to the ones that we actually issue bills to. So you must have city water if you don't have if you have a septic tank.
Well, I live on 12th Street, between 12th and,
Okay. And I'll confirm it
11.
for you, but that's the reason,
okay.
okay?
Thank
You
you.
get her.
Sir,
you get her-
can you repeat your name I'm sorry that I,
Irvin Clemens.
Urban, okay, I'm sorry.
And thank you for the sand, too.
Okay, you bet.
Let's go.
Gary McSweeney?
Good afternoon, everyone. For expediency, if you don't mind, I'm just going to read what you have a copy of, so we can at least get it in the record and out in the open. My name is Gary McSweeney, and I'm here today in my capacity as Rock Springs Ridge HOA Director to provide you with an update of the nearly completed land acquisition process. The HOA Board presented a unique and compelling land exchange agreement to our membership last week that was both informative and well-received before it was unanimously approved by the board. This agreement allows for a 51-acre Kelly Park Road parcel owned by the HOA to be exchanged for a 319-acre golf course tract owned by the Rock Springs Ridge Golf Club. This debt-free exchange of lands will help restore the integrity and benefits lost over the 25 years of development in our community. Among other stipulations, it also includes the following benefits. Benefit 1, 18-hole links golf course. Proposed development of this new 18-hole, 7,000-yard par 72 public golf course is currently under design by Illinois-based Essler Golf Designs, LLC. Design features also include an instructional golf academy, a 9-hole par 3 executive golf course, driving range, practice greens, and multiple tee boxes for each fairway. Once completed, this reimagined public golf course will be the only operating golf course in Apopka. Benefit 2, fine dining restaurant. Proposed development of a new restaurant will be located in the soon-to-be renovated tavern building and grounds. This restaurant will be owned and operated by a renowned local restaurateur who has successfully established his restaurants as among the best in Central Florida. Negotiations are continuing to provide for their long-term presence at Rock Springs Ridge. And benefit 3, Gopher Tortoise Conservation Area. Proposed development for a new 82-acre fish and wildlife compliant conservation area located and accessible only from and within the boundaries of Rock Springs Ridge. The 1,320 Rock Springs Ridge homeowners can then provide for the safe and protected tortoise environment that is free from adverse outside influences. The existing Kelly Park Road habitat, however, provides uncontrolled access and neither safety nor protection for tortoises resident in that conservation area. They must rely on the voice of others, Rock Springs Ridge, to advocate for their relocation effort on their behalf. Florida Fish and Wildlife will this week be completing their site investigations of our 82-acre site for approval. Once approved, our proposal for a new habitat will be prepared compliant with Fish and Wildlife Gopher Tortoise guidelines and will be completed at no cost to either the city or the state. Rock Springs Ridge will donate the 82 acres of approved lands for this habitat, and the golf club will fund, prepare the site, implement the improvements, and relocate the tortoises according to Fish and Wildlife relocation management procedures. The tortoises will then thrive in this new environment. The golf club will make application to the city of Apopka upon Fish and Wildlife approval of the new conservation area, and we will then commence with the comprehensive plan and PUD zoning amendments of bills to the city at their next available meeting. In summary, the development team has navigated through many events and discussions over the past 3 years, and we have targeted March 1st, 2024 as the closing date for this approved exchange. We all ask for city and state support in approving these plans, which have been prepared around the best interests of our community. Approval will permit Rock Springs Ridge to implement our vision for significantly improved and sustained community for a long period of time and well into the future. I thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Leroy Bell, Maud Helen. Good afternoon. I want to start with the graveyard. This past weekend, my nephew and his brother's grave was destroyed out at Edgewood. My family went to the Apopka Police Department, and it fell on deaf ears because they said it wasn't them they can do that day because it was a holiday. We can do better. Second, I want to talk about the audit. We need a forensic audit simply because there's money passed through this administration hands that we don't know where it's at. With the signal boxes, with the advertising, over $25,000 have came in on a contract that was signed 2 years after it started. Secondly, back in 1997, with the sale of the muck, they sold equipment, and it was a tune of $1.3 million came to the city. 3 point something was spent. 1.1 million was put in the bank somewhere, and it's still floating around in the city somewhere. And we don't seem to know where it's at. So I think we need a forensic audit. Charter review, yes, we do need a charter review. And we need it, and this young lady just got up and spoke about it. I understand that we was trying to do something before to put it on the ballot, but after thinking about it, just look what just happened in the past few days on this proposal. This proposal went to everybody, and even in South Apopka to the customers that use city water, saying that we would pay in the county 20% higher than what it is. Well, when it come back as a mistake. It's always a mistake when you get caught. It's time to annex South Apopka. So in the charter review, I think along with the audit and everything, we need to annex South Apopka. It's time. I understand today that we're going to be putting somebody coming up by the hospital. This gentleman just got up and talked about fine dining up in Rock Spring Ridge. You're making money off South Apopka. The only thing you're doing is putting down dumps, medical waste, down there where these people are at, jacking up prices on them for your services. It's about time. Yes, we do need to have a conversation. And the big conversation is these ministers in South Apopka, these so-called leaders in South Apopka, spoon-feeding this administration to these people over here. Anytime this administration go to South Apopka, what do you bring? Promises, a fire truck, and the police battle wagon.
Dr. O?
Good afternoon, Dr. O. On the 1st, we received a letter that went out, was dated the 22nd. All the utility customers did. And it was a letter from Blanche Sherman, and it was an insert that an email stated a vendor accepted the responsibility for having made the mistake of putting bold letters on it, that there was a surcharge of 25% to county people. What I want to state here and now is that it's not the responsibility of the vendor. It wasn't his error. The buck stops in that room right over there, whoever is the current mayor. It was in an envelope from the city. The person who wrote the letter has to proofread everything that goes in that envelope. The mayor or the vice mayor and the administrator has the responsibility of everything that goes in an envelope in mass mailing. They should be responsible for seeing what goes in it. But the person who writes that envelope and stuffs it needs to know what goes in it. And that's called leadership. And that's called professionalism. And anybody who throws that on the vendor is being irresponsible. And it's called cowardice. And I think that anybody who says anything about it, other than I'm responsible and the buck stops here, is not thinking. You have to take responsibility for the city's actions and not another company at all. Now, we have, like with the signal boxes, a category, and I've talked to a CPA, that says unrealized funds. We received funds, $25,000 over in 2 years, that was supposed to go, required by our contract with the state, that was supposed to use for transportation only used for transportation. 20,000 of that was put in the category, the line item, unrealized. Gangland people call it disappeared money. Now, there's something called open government, and I have been requesting the documents for 3 months on the 9th. 3 days, it'll be 3 months. At one point, it was marked documents not available. This is against state law in the state of Florida for me to not get these documents. 2 of the documents I produced because a person refused to give them to Susan. The documents were refused to be given to Susan. I contacted the FDOT. They asked that person for the document and immediately emailed it to that person. And the FDOT emailed it to me right then. I sent it to Susan. I had to get my own document from the state that I asked the city for. Second document I asked for was the contract between the city, the addendum and contract signed by Brian between the city and the state. The city couldn't produce that either. Don't have it. The state sent it to me.
Miller McCarty?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lily.
Ma'am, can you get the mic? Pull the mic. You can, there you go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lilith Miller-Carty, and I live in the Mount Helen subdivision. I've been having some issues with my water. The reading, they gave me the current reading, the previous reading, and the usage. Now, I went on vacation from the 10th of July until the 23rd of July. Now, I got a water bill that says my reading for this month, for the current month, 2,762. The previous month, which is a full month, was, I'm sorry, the one I'm giving you is for the previous reading. The current reading, usage, 3,919. The reading is saying that I use more water this month, or maybe I do not know how to read a meter. I would have to check that out. But my bill that I use less water, which is this month, amounts to more money than the previous month. So I'd like to get some answers to those questions because all my neighbors are having the same issue. And all this started happening when the meter was changed. So something is going on there. So I'm asking that, someone will be sent out to check on these new meters that was replaced by the old one.
Okay. Blanche you can get her information.
Okay, thank you very much.
Investor Hall?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Sylvester Hall, Rock Springs Ridge. I want to go back to what I always start off with. Our country, the city of Apopka, the state of Florida, and our country is in a national crisis. It's in a national crisis because too many good people sitting in this room watching bad things happen and refuse to get up and say anything about it. Whether it's fear, whether it's retaliation of your job, or just to go along to get along. But your kids, your grandkids, they deserve better. You may be able to navigate through these times, but what about tomorrow for your kids and for your grandkids? So I encourage everybody in this room to speak up when you see injustice, to speak up when you see unfairness. I encourage you to speak up. You hear me say often, when we normalize the abnormal, we desensitize the truth. Let me give you a prime example in that. Everybody got up and we stood up for the pledge. We said one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we all know that's a lie, because that's not true. We're living it today and we're experiencing it today. But we all say it like it's true. So we don't desensitize the truth. And some of us don't even care about the truth. It's time for change. It's time for change. I went to the last two homeless meetings we had for the homeless. We have people scared to ask the mayor for the $150,000 that was previously earmarked. For some reason or another, they're scared to ask the mayor. Then you have people even speak up and say, well, we don't want this city to help out. And I said, these are your taxpaying dollars. What do you want your taxpaying dollars to do? So I would sincerely hope, Commissioner Velasquez, you was there for both meetings. Somebody make a motion to earmark that $150,000 to go for the ARC for the homeless. For the homeless, nothing else. ARC for the homeless. Now we have that board, which the mayor sits on the homeless board. The mayor sits on that board. And one of the things, the 5013C, it's inactive. Well, how can that be when you got the mayor sitting on that board? So these are the things that I say, when we know better, we should do better. If we say we care about the homeless, let's do something about it. We've been kicking that can down the road too long. Now, my neighbor from Rock Springs Ridge, he don't love, so I won't even mention his name, but there's a lot of the homeowners who don't feel that way about the property they're talking about proposing. And I don't have enough time to go into it now. But stay tuned for future. We have a lot of homeowners that are dead set against that. And Mayor, you know, because you're the first one to start campaigning it last year. So we have a lot of issues with that, but I don't have the time to go through. But the last thing is, to Chief McKinney over there, we can't have people going around making threats, whether they're idle threats, indirect or direct threats. We can't have that where you sitting doing nothing about it. We can't have that. Period. Thank you.
Michael Cooper, 700 Jim Commerce Court, Apopka. A couple of things here first. Turn signal at 441 and Bradshaw. I travel the road almost every day. Why don't we have a turn signal there? And Mayor, please don't get back with me, or the council, get back with me, tell me you get back with me. I want to have an answer now what you're going to do. I mean, that's a tragedy, accident looking for a place to happen. So I don't know why we haven't got a turn signal there. It should have been done when the development was done. Can you please tell me why?
Turn signal where?
I mean, it's in the
Oh, Bradshaw.
DOT work program. I just don't know. Huh? You want to come up, Pam?
We asked DOT 3 years ago for that, and they said it didn't warrant. Then when we said, what if we fixed it? They said, okay, sure, you can do it. And then they decided to do their R project, and they didn't want us in the corridor when they were working. An unintended consequence of those medians is that everyone's coming to the intersection now. We have an interim fix. You should see it in about 2 weeks. And then when we put the mast arms, it'll be completely resolved. So I'd say about 2 weeks before we have the left turn signals.
So what does that mean? Does that mean we're going to get?
It means in 2 weeks, you'll have a protected left turn signal in both directions on US 441.
Like there in 2 weeks?
Yes, you'll have a new signal head that protects the left turns.
With a turn arrow?
Protected left turns on 441. Yes, sir.
Okay, a turn arrow, that's all I want to know. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, come on, okay, that's all right. As long as we get a turn arrow there where people can turn and we're not going to have an accident. Okay, that makes sense?
Yep.
Am I wrong in
absolutely.
asking that?
No, absolutely.
Marshall Lake Road, I was under the impression that we're going to have, that road's going to be refabricated, reworked. Is that true or false?
Don't know. Yes, going to be reworked.
When?
Under design. So 6 months, a year.
Are you going to do it or is the contractor going to do it?
Contractor.
The contractor's going to do it. And you're not, and the city of Apopka's not paying any money, right?
Well, yeah,
We're paying, or is the city paying money out of their pocket?
Yeah.
And where's that coming from?
Some of it.
Is it coming from impact fees?
Some of it could.
Is that allowed by code?
If it's additional, if it's replacement, no. If it's additional capacity, yes.
Okay, is this not a replacement?
Huh?
Is this a replacement?
It could be a little bit of both.
Okay, as long as it gets done, that's okay, but I hate to see the taxpayers picking up all the cost on all these roads.
Right.
Because I'm a taxpayer and a heavy taxpayer.
Well, who's going to pay? if,
Okay, Lake McCoy Forest, subdivision I live in. I've been there for, not quite 40 years, and I've asked this before, but why can't we get a sidewalk? I've been complained at already because we did some renovation down there, and we parked the equipment there, and people wanted to know why they couldn't walk on the sidewalk. Well, you can't walk on the sidewalk because there ain't no sidewalk there. So they ask why can't we get the sidewalk finished at the retention pond down at the north side of Songbird Way and April Lane? It's paid for. We had to put one in when we built the houses, so why doesn't somebody pick up the tab and put the sidewalk in around the retention pond? Retention pond belongs to the city. Answer.
don't have an answer for that one. I mean, we haven't, it's not in our scheduled work plan to.
Okay, can you get back with me in 30 days?
Sure.
Okay. I had a meeting this morning with DRC, and one of the items that came up on my behalf was that we had to do a traffic study for a small project we're doing on Hawthorne and 4th Street. It's in the MUD. And I complained about it because the fact is that the traffic study does no good. If it did so much good, how come that we don't have Binion Road a 4-lane road? How come we don't have Martin Road a 4-lane road? How come we don't have Boy Scout Road a 4-lane road? And how come we're 4 or 5 years from getting Apopka Road done? I don't understand that. I was also told at the meeting this morning that the city has $50 million. If they have $50 million, let the public know where all the money's going. What roads are being repaired? We don't know that. What plan do you have to spend $50 million? Where's the money coming from? Is it coming from taxpayers? So, I mean, these are questions that I think need to be answered. And when I went out to a nursery the other day, I couldn't believe what I saw. Have any of you people really gone out to Binion Road and Boy Scout Road and Oka? That is horrible. What are you going to do with all those kids? You're talking at least 2,500 homes and apartments and condominiums, and you got no plan. Your traffic already is a nightmare. But I didn't come to talk about that. But my problem was with the DRC meeting this morning, when they either told me it's my way or hit the highway, Cooper, you won't get a permit unless you do what we say. That's right. The development code does not indicate that I have to pay for a traffic report on that. It doesn't say that in writing. But your people are saying, staff is telling me that I must do it or you won't get a permit. And they're telling me that they need to have this for future. Well, there ain't much future going to happen on 4th Street and Hawthorne. There's not a whole lot of redevelopment that's going to happen there. And if you didn't have to do anything on Binion, Boy Scout, and those roads out there, and they made a traffic study, I presume, lo and behold, what good did it do? You're not doing anything putting in a couple of turn lanes. Well, I'm going to tell you, you guys are going to have a major problem when everybody starts complaining about they can't travel the roads because there's no room. And you're going to have wrecks. And Mr. McKinley, the chief, better get together all his people because the wrecks are coming. It's just around the corner.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Okay, I've used up my time. Right?
Susan Collins?
Hi, Susan Collins, 6210 Red Oak Court. I live down there by Florida Mall off of Oak Ridge. I am one of 5 board members elected in the 2022 elections for Orange County Soil and Water. If you want to know what we're about, you can read the statute, Florida Statute 582. It's long and boring, but it's called Orange County Soil and Water Conservation District. But I'm not here to talk about anything like that. 4 of the 5 of us are brand new. And so this year we have concentrated on, we have 4 educational programs that we will be doing in 2024. And I'm-
Get closer to
I'm
the
he-
mic.
Sorry. We have 4 educational programs that we will be concentrating on 2024. There's other things we can do, but since 4 of the 5 of us are brand new, we're focusing on one thing. We will be doing a Envirothon in February and March, a soil judging contest, a poster contest, and a speech writing contest. We have a website. If I could give you my card just before, I am so impressed that the residents of Apopka are so engaged and involved. It just really stuns me because I've been to a few other city board meetings where maybe 1 or 2 people show up, and you have a full house here of really engaged citizens, and I'm really impressed by that. I came bringing a gift. I didn't know there was going to be so many people. I would have brought some more. It is, if any of you are in education, it is a poster of the water cycle. If any of you would like it, I will give it to you.
I'll give it to our. I don't
I'm
see our
hoping that
Does anybody mark? Oh, there, yeah,
when
Richard. Richard, don't.
when we have
Yes, you give it to
more
Richard.
information that you as a city will
Yes.
engage in our educational programs with your students and
If
everything.
you just give that to Richard Earp,
Okay.
that'd be great. Thank
And
you.
I'm done real fast.
Awesome.
You dropped something by me. I don't know if that was yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Law and order, Mr. McKimmey? This is you.
Albert McKinney, 3603 Golden Gem Road, Apopka. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Law and order can only exist when those affected by it respect it and submit to its values. Our youth will only come to accept it based on the example of those who inspire or mentor them. The leadership and administration in the city are particularly to blame as to why there is little or no respect for the rule of law. We have a mayor who has been censored as a liar, who blatantly disrespects the loss of life, who laughed when asked if he had read the preliminary Gannon report into the death of Austin Duran, who failed to attend civic functions in order to pay respect to Austin. A mayor who criticises public behaviour at meetings but is unable to control his own behaviour, being disrespectful or just falling asleep. He fails to hold his subordinates accountable when they behave disrespectfully to the commissioners. He failed to apologise to a member of the public when requested to do so. His most recent comments directed towards me at a public meeting was to go back and sit in my corner. Is it small wonder we are now seeing graveyards shot up and numerous windows in buildings being boarded up after shots fired? A mayor who was indignant when Commissioner Nesta suggested his supporters might be behind threats being made. Now allegedly his former campaign manager is behind some of those threats. Should we hold our police chief more accountable? In my opinion, he is polite and always well prepared at City Hall meetings. And to be fair, the police only investigate, they do not choose who to prosecute. If I have an observation to make to Chief McKinley, is it required to make it abundantly clear to the community and to visitors to the city that we the people in Apopka expect a zero tolerance towards gun crime and drug-related crime in Apopka. In my opinion, this city shows signs of organised crime. I'm not sure if you're aware, but it was originally a police officer from Apopka who was involved in helping write the RICO Act. My hope is now we might see a police officer from Apopka be involved in pursuing the RICO Act. Do we need to instigate a policy of monthly reports of progress on investigation of criminal activity? When someone is murdered, who advocates for them? Who is their voice? I hear so little that I'm beginning to get concerned that I must be deaf. Or is it we're only hearing things that are whispered about behind closed doors? Young men and women found dead near dumpsters, no name, no face, nor any form of recognition to say. we lost another son, a daughter, brother, or sister to drug-related or gun crime in this city. Apopka, our reaction in response to crime is not commensurate with respect to the effect it's having on our community. And we must accept responsibility to becoming desensitized to it. Accountability must start here at City Hall. We must embrace a full forensic audit of all city business in 2018. For example, line items in budgets of 2020 and 2021 show the purchase of aviation fuel, 150,000 gallons, but there's no line item showing where the revenue from its sale went. So, inasmuch as a forensic audit would also help us decide on accounting practices, we respectfully ask our commissioners to evaluate city practices and policies and to look carefully at a new city charter, which will make the city more accountable. Dr. Will mentioned the fact that we're not being given public records. For 6 months, we've been asking for public records, which apparently
Thank you.
Well, that's fine, Mayor, because I watched you give somebody 5 minutes, and I'm just going to finish my sentence whether you like it or not. We would ask that the city office give us an explanation as to why we're not getting the records.
I have a white card.
What?
A white card for the public hearing.
Oh, okay, okay, all right. Okay. All right, we've got 6 consent agenda items. Look for motion to approve, unless somebody needs to pull any items.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Acadia Orlando Health. Jean Sanchez.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to approve the major development plan for Acadia Orlando Health. The subject property is located at 1452 South Orange Blossom Trail, southwest corner of US 441 and Piedmont Wekiva Road. Subject property has a future land use designation of commercial and within the CR Regional Commercial Zoning District. Development Code Section 10.4 defines hospital as an institution receiving inpatients and rendering medical care on a 24-hour-a-day basis. The term includes general hospitals and special field institutions such as, and not limited to, cardiac, pediatric, orthopedic, skin, mental, and chronic disease. The facilities may also include outpatient care, ambulatory care, offices of medical practitioners, respite care, medical daycare, and daycare for sick and other accessory uses. And per the city's Land Development Code, section or Table 4.2.2C, hospital with both inpatient and outpatient care is permitted within the CR's Regional Commercial Zoning District. The Acadia Orlando Health Major Development Plan proposes the development of a 2-story building with 99,497 square feet of area and 144-bed behavioral health hospital on approximately 10.3 acres. While 36 parking spaces for the 144 beds plus 1 parking space for every 4 employees are required, the applicant is proposing a total of 162 parking spaces plus 6 accessible spaces. The maximum permitted building height is 35 feet. There will be security walls along sections of the perimeter that are attached to the building. The site is wooded and has a wetland area on the eastern portion of the property that will remain untouched. The landscape plan proposes a combination of oak, magnolia, and bald cypress trees within landscape parking islands and the perimeter of the project area. 2 access points on US 441 are proposed for this development. The northerly ingress on US 441 is right-in only, and the southerly access is right-in and right-out. The architectural renderings meet the intent of the city's development design guidelines. RCA recommends approval at its meeting on July 11, 2023. Planning Commission voted 3-1 to recommend approval of the Acadia Orlando Health Major Development Plan, subject to the findings of the staff report. The recommended motion is to approve the Acadia Orlando Health MDP. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean?
Well, I just want to ex parte, because I did speak with them on Friday, August 25th, and it was basically that they went over their site plan and basically to discuss the community meeting that they had with their neighbors where their intent to build. And there was some concerns, but my understanding is that they have since satisfied their neighbor with this behavioral center, because there was some concerns with that. So I did have a meeting with the staff from the Acadia Orlando Health.
Any other questions for Jean?
Do we know why there was a 3-1 vote?
I'm sorry?
Do we know why there was a 3-1 vote from the planning commission?
The one opposition vote was based on a request to add more accessible parking spaces in relation to the outpatient service. And the applicant, the CSP, the construction site plan, is currently in DRC review, and they've added at least 2 more.
Any other questions for
We
Jean?
do have a speaker card on this.
Oh, okay, well, I'll have the applicant come up. The applicant.
As I understand it, they also have, you have a presentation? Okay, that's fine.
Oh, should I go? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to startle you, I apologize. Good afternoon, my name is Dr. Jeffrey Woods. I'm an operations group president with Acadia Healthcare, and very pleased to have an opportunity to speak with all of you today and share our vision for a new hospital for Apopka and the region to support the needs for behavioral health and substance use disorder services. During the course of this presentation, we are going to, make sure I do this correctly. Oh, wrong way? Sorry about that. There we go. There's a view of the outside of the hospital. During the course of this presentation, we will spend some time going over a summary of the project, a site and building overview. We have our architects and engineers with us, and they will provide you some additional detail with respect to those areas, and then, of course, time for questions and answers. With me today, I have Greg Owie, who is a Senior Vice President with Orlando Health, Cortez Watley, who is the Manager of Local Government Affairs with Orlando Health, myself, as I previously introduced, Adam Crunk, our project engineer, and Chip Hill, our project architect, who will be coming up to speak to you in just a few moments. I'm going to turn it over briefly for Mr. Owie from Orlando Health to make some comments with respect to the history of the partnership, the joint venture between our two companies, and some additional information to support this application.
Good afternoon again. I'm Greg Owie. I'm with Orlando Health as a Senior Vice President for our Ambulatory and Post-Acute Division. In 2020, Orlando Health looked at our behavioral health capabilities and said really it was inadequate to support the ongoing needs of our community. So we made a decision to partner with somebody who had expertise in the area of behavioral health. And it really was made primarily to expedite our progress in this area. We looked at and interviewed top regional as well as national companies, and we made a decision to go with Acadia, principally for 3 reasons. The first is they had multiple joint venture arrangements with large healthcare systems across the country. Second, their size allowed them to bring expertise regardless of the subject in behavioral health that we may need. And then finally, and perhaps most importantly, is their mission and our mission, the mission of Orlando Health, aligned in terms of providing outstanding care to our patients. So in December of 2021, we formed that joint venture and began our planning efforts to create a new behavioral health hospital, moving the beds from the Longwood area at South Sim Hospital. Again, the partnership here is for us to increase access for behavioral health patients that we routinely see through the Orlando Health Network. To that end, we've already begun and have been very successful in recruiting psychiatrists as well as other providers for the various clinics that we intend to build throughout the region. Acadia is a national provider. You can see the statistics there, so I won't read the slide, but they are a national provider in 39 states, including Puerto Rico, and see 70,000 patients daily. Undoubtedly, we all know someone who suffers from a behavioral health issue. And so let me go through just a few numbers quickly. You can see the first bullet point there, 1 in 5 adults have a mental health need. For the state of Florida, that represents 2.4 million patients. 1 in 10 report poor mental health for 14 or more days in the past 30 days. The third bullet is particularly disturbing for all of us who live in the state of Florida. We rank near the bottom, 49th out of the 50 states in terms of having access to behavioral health care. And then very sadly, suicide is the second leading cause of death among Floridians aged 25 to 34. That should give us all some pause because that is our young people. That's why this project is so important. There are other numbers I'm sure that you all are familiar with, but it is, again, our desire here is to improve access to behavioral health for Central Floridians. Let me reintroduce Dr. Jeffrey Woods.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that. A little bit of background on myself. I came to behavioral health about 30 years ago, and that's after having served 8 years as a commissioned officer in the United States Army. And the work that I did in the United States Army was very challenging work. And as you can imagine, being overseas and all of the things that go along with that type of deployment, that type of service. When I came back, what I discovered was there was almost no services, there were almost no access points for care for individuals who have either a psychiatric, an emotional, or a substance use disorder problem. And so I went to graduate school. And I thought I'm going to try to solve for this problem. So I'm very passionate about this, and hopefully that will come through a little bit in the presentation. I also wanted to mention that with respect to Orlando Health, when we choose a partner as Acadia, one of the things that we look for in addition to the alignment of values is a way in which we can contribute to the larger ecosystem of mental health and substance use services within a broader community. And so our services will not be limited exclusively to the four walls of the hospital, but rather those things that we can do outside in the community. I'm going the wrong way again, sorry about that, in order to reach people where they are and bring mental health and substance use services to them. So I want to talk a little bit about the patients that we treat, and I want to talk a little bit about the patients that we don't treat. Who are they? The patients that we treat, very simply stated, they are your family members, they are our loved ones, they are our friends, they are our children, our parents, our grandparents. They're the folks in our community, the people that we go to church with. Folks that are dealing with general mood disorders, things like depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder. We have programs specializing in military service as well as for first responders, law enforcement, fire, healthcare providers, etc. Patients who have thought disorders, so a disturbance of thought and perception, and the more common term that you might think of are people who have schizophrenia, and you see them from time to time on the street who are talking to themselves, responding to internal stimuli, not on their medications, and as a consequence, they tend to have a less successful life and a less successful outcome from a total health perspective, and treatment can certainly help to remediate that and promote remission for those patients. We'll be providing services for individuals, our senior population, individuals who are suffering from either mood or thought disorders, which is not uncommon with seniors who are dealing with depression and anxiety and loss and grief and all of those types of issues, but also seniors who are dealing with mild to moderate neurocognitive decline, individuals who are going through those early stages where things are different for them. And through medication, therapy, and supportive work, we're able to help restore and prolong the quality of life for seniors on a very significant basis. Dual diagnosis and substance use disorder, so detox services for individuals who have a primary substance use disorder, or more commonly what we see is the co-occurring event where an individual has a psychiatric condition like depression or anxiety, but they are self-medicating with alcohol, drugs, opioids, benzodiazepines, all those types of things. So we're able to take care of both of those conditions simultaneously in the hospital. And then child and adolescent behavioral health. And child and adolescent behavioral health, dealing primarily with youth who have been traumatized, who have dealt with very difficult family situations, are not thriving or succeeding in the school environment, and being able to provide a structured environment and assist in the family systems dynamics of bringing that family back together in a properly supportive way so that that child can thrive back in the community. And then there'll be outpatient services for intensive outpatient, as well as partial hospitalization at the campus. I would also mention that we're looking at additional programs that we think may be valuable to this community and to the broader community, and those are specialty programs, and we are looking to the other healthcare partners in the community outside Orlando Health, but also the other partners in the community on where the greatest opportunity to have the most intentional impact on need can occur. And one of the areas that keeps coming up for us repeatedly, which is super important and something I'm very passionate about as well, is the perinatal care, pre-postpartum depression, pre-postpartum psychosis, pre-postpartum substance use disorder, the issues that are attendant sometimes with the mom and baby bonding issues, the attachment-related issues, and being able to help that family system come back together. So looking at programs like that as well. We also do programs or provide programs for patients who have intellectual and developmental disabilities. And if you operate a hospital, and I don't care which hospital it is, you will have individuals from time to time in your emergency department who have an intellectual and developmental disability, and they cannot get into a psychiatric hospital because most psychiatric hospitals will not accept those patients because they require very specialized treatment. And we are able to create very unique programs specifically for that population and really collaborate back out into the primary care medicine community as well as the behavioral health community to ensure that these folks are able to stay out of hospitals longer, not find themselves in emergency departments, and be able to have a better quality of life. So some creative things, and we'll look for feedback from all members of the community on where they believe there's the greatest opportunity for intentional impact. Now, on the subject of who our patients are not. We are not a forensic facility. So we are not a jail. We are not taking patients who are incarcerated. We are not taking patients who are known to have a violent sexual history, including that of abuse of children. We have databases and resources, so we're able to pre-screen every patient before they're admitted to understand whether they are going to meet our criteria or not. But I do want to make clear that we're not a facility for the criminally insane. And the patient population that we treat is exactly what I described to you in terms of family, friends, neighbors, people that you know. And I suspect if I asked the question in this room, every hand or most hands would go up. How many of us have somebody in our life or have had somebody in our life who have dealt with a substance use disorder problem, a psychiatric condition, a mental health concern? And almost all of us have been touched by that in our lives, and this is an opportunity to expand access to care and healing. So when we think about the services that will be provided in this hospital, and you'll see some additional pictures, but a lot of emphasis on high quality, really state-of-the-art facility that is high finishes, wide open spaces, tall ceilings, lots of natural light, but also a very secure envelope. When you enter the hospital, it is an electronic badge access at every interval within the circles of the hospital so that only staff members who are wearing the wristband that allows them access are able to get into these different compartments of the hospital. Patients likewise are fitted, instead of a traditional sort of paper wristband that you get in an acute care hospital, our patients are fitted with a non-tamperable wristband that looks a lot like a Fitbit. It's a very low profile device, but it can't be taken off until we discharge the patient. On admission, that Fitbit or that device is programmed for all the patients that patient can go, but also all the places where the patient can't go. And so if the patient steps outside of those boundaries, there's an immediate alert that goes to every staff member's iPad, which they carry with them. It also goes to the central nurse station on each unit to say, John Smith is in another patient's room and he's not supposed to be there. And so we can immediately respond. It also shows signs of life. So we know if a person is doing something that is they're either having a medical emergency. These things do happen even in behavioral health hospitals. Somebody may have a cardiac event or something like that. We get immediate feedback on vital signs, and we know that there's been a change of condition, so we can medically respond to those patients as well. Lots of very sophisticated security features, lots of very sophisticated use of technologies to make sure the patient's experience is dignified, that we're respectful of that human being, that we're treating the whole person, mind, body, and spirit. So in addition to all of the psychiatric services, they're going to receive comprehensive medical services while they are with us. So we're going to be taking care of the history and physical examination, any follow-up medical care that's required, that's within our scope and capabilities will be provided at our hospital, or we will coordinate back with our partner hospitals in the community to provide those higher level medical services if those on rare occasion become necessary. We do not have an emergency department in this hospital, but we do have what's called an intake and assessment department, which under the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services essentially qualifies as a dedicated emergency department. So every patient receives a medical screening examination on admission as well as a psychiatric screening examination. We are a non-siren facility, so there will not be ambulances coming in with lights and sirens or leaving with lights and sirens. The ambulance bay is secured and off to the side of the facility, so it's not directly visible to the community or the neighbors. And when the patients are in the hospital, they will be seen by psychiatrists, primary medicine physicians, social workers, nurses, activity therapists, speech therapists, physical therapists, all of the modalities that are going to be necessary for the restoration of the total health of the individual. And during the day, patients participate in structured groups and activities that are geared individually towards their recovery plan. When they're discharged, and this is super important, when they're discharged, we employ a safe discharge plan, which means that every patient has a specific place that they are going upon discharge, and in most cases, that's going to be home with their family. Sometimes it may be to a skilled nursing facility if their level of care requires that. But these patients will be either transported by a commercial vehicle that we contract with or by the hospital directly. No patient is ever discharged from the hospital at the front door of the hospital and told, thank you very much, have a good day. That we get them where they need to be for the next level of care to make sure that they're safe and that there's a comprehensive handoff so that the next provider knows what to do to pick up the care and continue on. And for certain patients who are deemed a danger to themselves or others, they may be subject to involuntary treatment under the Baker Act or the Marchman Act. This hospital, like all psychiatric hospitals, will participate in that. And we're very grateful that we have Chief McKinley here today. We've had an opportunity to review our safety plans with he and the fire marshal over the last couple of months, and we will be continuing to review those plans with the chief and his staff as this hospital goes through construction and pre-opening and after opening, so that they understand what we're planning to do, and we welcome their feedback into that process, and it's been a really rich and exceptional conversation, so we're very grateful for that. All right. All right, I will pause there and give it back to Mr. Owie. Greg? There you go, sir.
So as you know, Orlando Health has been in the community for greater than 100 years. And throughout that entire time, we believed in partnering with the community. Each of our acute care hospitals have robust programs where they are highly involved with the community, and principally for the one sole reason, which is we think it makes for a better Orlando Health. With behavioral health, we have 3 bullets here just to give you some sense of the programs that we intend, but there will be more. The first is a school outreach program, and the intent of this is to educate some of our teachers so that they can recognize signs and symptoms of behavioral health disorders so that, again, we can move students to the appropriate venue for care. We also have contemplated veterans and military outreach programs as well. And then finally, as was just previously mentioned, we will continue to establish a close relationship with law enforcement, crisis teams, houses of worship, as well as other community mental health services for opportunities to collaborate. Of note, 3 meetings, and again, numerous meetings throughout the community so that people properly understood this project. The first is the required project community meeting that was conducted via Zoom. We went through the scope of the project, site plans, the safety program. The program was very, very well received by those listening in. Dr. Woods just mentioned our meeting with Apopka Police as well as Fire Rescue. Again, something that was very important to us. Again, I think a very productive conversation. We understood the need for a second means of egress, and Chief McKinley gave us a number of good suggestions. And then finally, we had some concerns by the Pentecostals of Apopka, and so we had an outstanding meeting with them to understand their concerns. Principally, a lot of their concerns dealt with proper management of stormwater and retention. And so at the end of the meeting, I think they were very comfortable with the engineering plans. And then we also talked to them quite a bit about our safety program and our discharge planning. So, and both parties at the end of the meeting pledged to be good neighbors. This is just a quick pictorial of some of the activities as well as hours and engagements that we have in the Apopka community. Again, something that we've already begun as we have other presence in the community and will continue to grow. Here's just a representational sample of some of the meetings over the last year. Again, something that we believe in being an active member of the community. And then finally, if pictures are worth 1,000 words, I'm going to cut several minutes off this presentation. You can see some pictures of some of the things that, again, we've been doing here in the city of Apopka. Let me quickly turn things over to Mr. Chip Hill, who is our lead architect with Stengel Hill Architecture.
Good afternoon. Cover a couple things here. Ms. Sanchez covered a lot of this already. Just orient you with the site. We're directly north of Sam's Club. Thank you. On Orange Blossom Trail. And we are a permitted use in the CR zone. The building will be about 100,000 square feet, 2 stories, 144 beds, and it will be licensed by ACA as a specialty hospital, a behavioral health hospital. It includes 6 24-bed nursing units to care for the different patient populations that Dr. Woods outlined, and it does also include outpatient services for partial hospitalization and intensive outpatient, which are step-down treatments for patients that were in the hospital at one time. We do anticipate a start of construction at the end of the year, and we anticipate opening perhaps second quarter 2025. Importantly, the joint venture that was formed by Orlando Health and Acadia is a for-profit entity. The annual economic impact is estimated to be around $21 million, which includes property taxes, wages and benefits, purchase services, et cetera. And the number of jobs created will be about 220. And I think you mentioned that the minimum wage will be $15 an hour, but there are many positions, doctors, nurses, therapists, et cetera, that will be employed here. Just a little follow-up from the Planning Commission meeting that we had. Ms. Sanchez mentioned that there was one council member that voted against it, and that was really dealing with the accessible parking spaces required for the outpatient component. So we did go back and analyze the required parking for the inpatient side and the functional need, and then the required parking for the outpatient clinic. We did make an adjustment. Based on that, we've increased to actually 8 handicap accessible parking spaces to address that concern, and we did actually speak with that commissioner after the meeting, and he seemed very amenable to that, to us looking into that, and I think this would address his concerns. Part of the whole process, we did do a traffic impact study, and it did indicate that there are no required offsite improvements or traffic impacts, and DOT has reviewed the configuration as well. The primary entrance is a right-in, right-out, and left-in only off of Orange Blossom Trail. So there was no left out of the site as part of this. And then the secondary entrance that was requested by the fire chief is basically a right-in, right-out for fire access as well. As Dr. Woods mentioned, this is a secured facility for the safety of the patients and staff, controlled access at all external entry points into the facility and between nursing units, 24-hour video surveillance of lobby, outdoor, and common areas, and regular patient checks, including the technology that Dr. Woods outlined. But the important thing here is that ultimately this is intended to be a healing and safe environment and a therapeutic environment for patients. In terms of exterior materials, this will be an Orlando Health branded facility, so we're using color palettes and materials that are compatible with their regional facilities. Everything from glass and aluminum storefront window systems on the front facades, metal panels, and a stacked stone base around the building, and then EFIS around the rest of the building as well. A main entrance view. And then just a little bit of typical interior imagery, once again, to dispel a lot of the notions that we have about what these facilities are. These are, once again, very nice, very therapeutic, very inviting facilities internally. I will now introduce Adam Crunk, our civil engineer.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Crunk with Crunk Engineering. We're the civil engineers, landscape architects on the project. I think the site's been pretty well introduced by Gene and Chip, but just want to add that there are wetlands on both the east and west sides of the property, and so we've oriented the building in north-south direction to try to minimize impacts to those areas to try to keep as many of the existing trees that we can. Again, highlighted the access off of 441. Here are some images showing our landscaping and the buffering that we plan to propose in the image on your right. The images or the indications in the gray shading where trees will be kept on the property boundaries. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, then I know we have one speaker card.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Jonathan Hirschauer. I'm a psychiatrist at the current Orlando Health South Seminole Hospital in Longwood, Florida. I'm also a native Floridian. I attended University of Florida for undergrad, go Gators, Nova Southeastern University for medical school, and University of Central Florida, where I did my psychiatry residency training. My wife, who's right over there, we both live here in Apopka, and we really enjoy the variety of rural and urban living that Apopka offers. At South Seminole Hospital, I'm the attending psychiatrist on the mood disorders unit. So as we were talking about, I manage the unit that helps people who struggle with depression and anxiety, which obviously a lot of us, know people affected by. These are common diagnoses. We know many people who have experienced these ourselves. As an inpatient psychiatrist, arranging outpatient follow-up is one of the most difficult parts of my job, as there is a big shortage of outpatient resources. The behavioral health hospital in that Orlando Health proposes to build here in Apopka would not only make my commute much better, gas prices are getting expensive, but would provide our community with a place for healing and respite for individuals suffering from mental health crises, and will provide numerous outpatient resources that will help improve treatment outcomes for patients once they leave the hospital. This will also likely attract new outpatient providers and other programs to our area, promoting economic and infrastructure growth, along with improved access to care. In short, this project will help provide resources for the citizens of Apopka and will help continue to stimulate growth and development and improve the quality of life in our community. I'm excited to be one of the founding physicians at this new hospital, and as a resident of Apopka as well, promise to work hard and do my best to support the citizens of our fine city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, anybody else from the public wish to speak?
I just had a question for the doctor here. We, as a disabled veteran myself, we have a population of veterans with mental health in Apopka. And also you mentioned about substance abuse and all this and what you would do for the community. I understand that you had conversations with Chief McKinley. Is there any room in your organization where that you guys can train these police officers how to treat the mental health that they deal with out on the street? Is that a part of your program, or is that something that you can implement?
All right, anybody else? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Any questions? Oh.
Slow on my hand, Mayor. Rod Olson, 3156 Rolling Hills Lane, and it's not about schools. Isn't that great? No, just seriously, the aspect of we have emergencies that come up for our firemen, our first responders, and policemen. How closely do you work with those organizations on an emergency or crisis basis?
Sure, come on, yeah.
Oh, I apologize. I wasn't sure the protocol, whether I could respond or not, so I appreciate
We're
that.
good.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So a couple of things I think are important to mention. We talked about the fact that this is a for-profit hospital, consequently there's economic benefit, et cetera. But one of the things that's important to know about this hospital, we have adopted as a joint venture the charity policies and of Orlando Health, and that will be in play here, which means access to care is available to those who need it, not with respect to their ability to pay. And so that's important. On the issue of education of first responders, of law enforcement, we look to and hope to be able to partner with all first responders and with law enforcement and to provide any such training, education, and support that they are able to receive and that we are able to provide towards that end. Now, this is a common thing that we do in many communities where we're providing critical incident stress debriefing. We have some communities where we have our social workers doing ride-alongs with law enforcement to distinguish and help differentiate between what is a mental health concern and what is a a criminal act or that type of thing. So we look forward, as this project evolves, to having those conversations with all first responders, EMS, law enforcement, fire, everybody. And certainly with the veteran community, we will be standing up with the veteran community, both in the hospital and to support outside in the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. All right, any other comments? Anybody? Mr. Becker?
Comments, I guess. Questions, I think, were covered during the presentation. I had 4 things kind of circled on my list, each from call it a different stakeholder group. The water issue with the Pentecostal church, our staff is of the mindset that that's not an issue of concern. I'm going to take head nods as yes. Parking, from the Planning Commission perspective, I think you addressed that issue. Obviously, when this was first reported after Planning Commission, everything gravitated towards security, and you touched on it in terms of your internal protocols. Even, when I was talking to Mr. Watley and Mr. Davis, the size of the walls and the security perimeter that's in place outside of the tech security that you have, but physical security as well. And with that said, I'm assuming our police chief, as a member of the DRC, was in favor of any security precautions or logistics that would present itself in this situation. And then obviously, and I made Mr. Watley and Mr. Davis know this after our meeting last week, and I don't know if other people on this dais got the email from the advocacy group as well. But not that you have to talk to it, but there was several instances that they highlighted in terms of issues, whether it be security, Medicare, that sort of thing. I guess my assumption, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you see advocacy groups like that are advocating on behalf of patients, mental health, behavioral health, as a good thing in your industry, not necessarily adversarial, but as something that makes sure that you are improving your processes to make sure that you're serving your patients better and you're keeping the people that are in the immediate surrounding areas of those locations secure from folks that might not be otherwise stable. And so that was the biggest concern that I have, because we had a lot of people within our community that just aren't familiar with this space, and nor am I. And so.
Taking them in order, we had and I was not able to be present for it, but our staff were able to meet with Pastor Hill at the Pentecostal church. Healthy discussion about you heard about the land use and whatnot, but also about just the physical safety and what the implications might be for a hospital next door to the church. And the feedback that I received, and I think others that were there could speak to it more closely, was that it was a very loving meeting, and it was a meeting focused around the fact that patients are in need of care and that this is the right time and the right place for that to occur. I think one of the analogies Pastor Hill used that I thought was very apropos is that the brain is an organ of the body. And just like you have your heart and you've got your lungs, and sometimes you get a defect or something goes wrong with any one of those things, and the brain, sometimes something goes wrong with it. And to have the opportunity for residents of this community and beyond to be able to have the option of being able to have access to mental health care, and instead of the only alternative perhaps being something that is more harmful for themselves or others. After the hearing, moving on to the parking question, after the DRC hearing, I had an opportunity to speak with the council member, and I think that there was a misunderstanding, and he did. Do you want me to move on from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are just confirmations.
So the advocacy group, then I'll just address that. Yeah. Yes, please, if you are a critic, we want to hear from you. We want to hear what your concerns are. More importantly, we want you to come and see what we're doing. And so, now that's not to say that we're going to entertain everything that might just seem a little unusual, but we are very open to advocacy groups who have a stated mission and a stated goal of ensuring that the dignity of the individual, that the health care that's provided is competent and at the highest level, and that we are preserving those patients' rights and that we're doing the right thing for them. So we welcome that. And there are a lot of national organizations that are quasi-governmental and non-governmental. We have folks here, I think, today from the National Alliance for Mental Illness who would be speaking on our behalf, I'm sure. And so we are interested in advocacy groups, their feedback. It's important to us to grow and also to have that divergent point of view.
Yeah, and just to close my remarks, I'm assuming certain industries are more litigious than others. Obviously, healthcare, especially nuanced pieces of the healthcare environment, are probably more litigious than other industries. But then too, like I said in the meeting last week, is, as you sat here and heard during public comment, the topic of homelessness was brought up. And when you look at that horizon of homelessness, if you will, from an able-bodied, normal, what would be deemed as a normal person, right? And by the time they get to a situation where they've got mental health issues or they're homeless, if we only look at it from a binary perspective of you go from here to all the way to here without any sort of services between there, that's where this development kind of starts in. It's upfront. It's as things are starting to be known, you can treat it much earlier on versus treating the symptoms of a bigger problem late stages.
Absolutely.
And quite honestly, having a big brand like Orlando Health here within our city, jobs that presents, serving our population, apparently shorter commutes for doctors here within the city of Apopka as well. Seems like a win-win then. So thank you.
Can I make just one comment with respect to what you said? I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you guys have a busy calendar. Adverse social determinants of health are a significant priority for us as a company and as a partner. We, in other jurisdictions, other locations, we have been very successful in working with payers, Medicaid, and private payer insurance companies in bringing our shared resources together to solve for the underlying social determinants of health that result in homelessness and to try to begin reversing those trends. It's a big lift when you talk about that cycle as you described, but if we together through a needs assessment really understand where the vulnerabilities are and begin plugging those holes together, and that's, I talked about doing more than just what's inside the four walls of our hospital, being out in the community, that's where you're going to see action applied.
Thanks. Commissioner Velasquez, anything else?
No, I felt like when I sat with the staff, I mean, they explained a lot to me, and I will tell you that it is a missing link in the city of Apopka. This morning we attended, the mayor and I were part of an advisory group for Advent Health, and of course, you fill a gap, and it's something that the city of Apopka is in need of. And you are addressing a national problem, which is mental health.
Mr. Smith.
And I know they're coming to Apopka, and that's great, and because we have the need here, but I'm greatly appreciative they're going to be serving a larger community as well. And so anything to increase health awareness, and I'm sure that there's some organizations that would love to have you to come and speak to them in references to how to identify mental health in order that we can also help solve the problem.
Mr. Nesta.
No, that was a very comprehensive presentation, so thank you for that. You answered the majority of the questions and all that. I don't have any additional. One was definitely the parking. Wanted to make sure there was some solidity there, and then to reference some emails that we'd received, but you checked all the boxes there, and I appreciate you covering what you did. Thank you.
All right, we'll look for a motion to approve the major development plan for Acadia Orlando Health.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, ladies. All right, Gene Shores at East Shore, Shops at East Shore. Well, just give them a minute, let's let them clear out.
We're home people. Thank you, Ms. Beverly.
We're gonna have to call Miss Collins back and tell her that half the chambers was from Orlando Health.
All right, Jean, take it away.
Good thing that was a unanimous vote. For the record, Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to approve the Shops at East Shore Multifamily Major Development Plan. The subject property is located on the northeast corner of Apopka Road and Keene Road. This is the northern portion of the Shops at East Shore Plan Development. The PD itself is approximately 27 acres in size. The aerial shows agriculture and residential uses on the north and east, Orange County Waste Facility to the south, and Jefferson Apartments to the west. The Shops at East Shore Multifamily MDP proposes to construct an age-restricted apartment complex with a proposed height of almost 55 feet on the northern portion of the PD. The PD establishes the maximum permitted height of 65 feet, and this portion requires 262 parking spaces, while 271 parking spaces are provided by the applicant with 10 accessible spaces. Landscape plan proposes oak trees within landscape parking islands and southern magnolia and sable palm trees embellish frontage on Apopka Road. Crepe myrtles decorate the foundation planting around the apartment buildings. The MDP shows 2 access points located on Apopka Road, as well as access along the drive aisle shared with the adjacent proposed grocer to the south. Therefore, the site may be accessed via Keene Road. Pedestrian connections provided between the multifamily project and the grocer. The proposed renderings meet the intent of the city's Land Development Code and Development Design Guidelines. The DRC recommends approval. At its meeting on August 8, 2023, Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the Shops at East Shore Multifamily Major Development Plan. The recommended motion is to approve the Shops at East Shore Major Development Plan. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean?
I was looking, what school were these?
Remember, it's age restricted.
Oh,
Those
age
schools,
restricted.
as in, you're my age.
Your age.
There was,
All right.
Any other questions for Jean?
Do all the units have balconies? True balconies? Real balconies? Balconies I can step onto?
Actually,
Is the
let me,
applicant here?
I'll defer that to the applicant, but what they showed us were some balconies and a lot of the external units.
Oh, gotcha. So there's going to be an internal component and external, like,
A lot of them are protruding balconies.
gotcha.
As far as I know, but there's no DA on this one that requires.
No, I understand. It's just interesting that it's not required and they're doing it anyway. That's, wow. Almost like the market demands that. It's weird.
It is, however, encouraged by our development design guidelines.
Understood. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Come on down.
They're not accepting applications.
Rod Olson, 3156 Rolling Hills Lane. Only just the question is part of the, whether it's part of this program or not. I just, as you know, I volunteer with the police department doing community patrol. I've handled in the last 3 or 4 months 3 accidents at the Keene, Apopka Road. They should be looking at a traffic light. You're putting this kind of density in as well, just emphasize that as more. There's times all the way back to Marden Road, traffic is backed up to try to get on Apopka. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Well, yeah, well,
Okay.
to that end, I mean, my one question is on the north exit here, on one of the drawings, it looks, I can't tell if that's a structured median, painted median, but is that going to be a right in, right out at that location?
Hello, Jordan Draper with Kimley Horn, civil engineer of record for the project. That'll be a full access driveway there at the north end. And it's limited as you, excuse me, that's a right in, right out, excuse me. And then it's full access to the south. So the additional access through the PD is a full access point.
So let me restate, just so I'm clear. The north entrance is going to be right in, right out?
Correct.
Okay. And then the main one that's heavily grayed on the south side of this drawing is full full use.
Correct.
There's not going to be a signal at that location yet.
There's not. The signal is at Keene, which is not shown in this picture.
But across the way, what is that connecting into? Is that connecting into the apartments?
That is correct.
Is staff of the mindset that signalization would be required if any sort of additional capacity is on that road?
I think from a spacing standpoint, it wouldn't warrant. It's too close to the existing signal. And I can let Pam, if you want to speak to that at all.
He's right, it doesn't meet spacing, but we're doing some other improvements out there. The signal at Keene we're in the middle of design now, and we're going forward with that regardless of what else happens here. We're using pretty much their money to put that signal in. I understand what you're saying. If we have to do some access management there after, everything comes online, because I understand you're seeing a conflict there, we have the opportunity to make adjustments to that. I don't know if we're going to end up with a median there or if it's going to be open, but they definitely will. There will be left turn lanes going into both sides. So you'll have the people out of the line of traffic and they'll have a place to queue waiting to make their turn. There'll be right turn lanes too. So I feel confident that it'll be safe.
Any other questions for the applicant or for Pam or Jean? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? Good? Okay, one of the things I asked Jean to get with the applicant about is, because this is for old guys like you and me, that we might want to look at adding a couple additional handicap spots in some of the different islands, and so I think you're going to come back and.
Right. We've had some preliminary discussions. There are construction site plans under review right now. So
Okay.
we're going to be working on it.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, look for a motion to approve the major development plan for the shops at East Shore Multifamily.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Floor and Decor, Apopka, major development plan.
Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to approve the Floor and Decor Apopka Major Development Plan. Subject property is located in the southwest corner of Lakeview Drive and US 441. The MDP proposes to construct a building with 77,901 square feet of area for a wholesale facility for surface flooring-related accessories on approximately 5.72 acres. While 70 parking spaces are required, the applicant is proposing a total of 120 parking spaces plus 6 accessible spaces. These parking spaces are dispersed on the north and south of the proposed building, with the loading area located on the southern end. The proposed building height is 32 feet, while the maximum is 45. The northern portion of the subject property currently houses a grocery store and warehouse, while the southern area is undeveloped and heavily wooded. Landscape plan proposes red maple and oak trees within landscape parking islands and the perimeter of the project areas. Oak trees embellish the frontage along 441, and a combination of crepe myrtles and red maples are placed along Lakeview Drive. The applicant is currently undergoing the vacation process for the Shepherd Avenue right-of-way with Orange County. A portion of that road will remain a public right-of-way, providing access to the adjacent western properties. The major development plan also shows right-in and right-out access points located in US 441 and Lakeview Drive, as well as access on Mayflower Avenue. The architectural renderings meet the intent of the city's development design guidelines. The DRC recommends approval at its meeting on August 8, 2023. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. The recommended motion is to approve the Floor and Decor Apopka Major Development Plan. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Okay, any questions?
I had a question. Are there any off-site improvements that this developer is doing?
Applicant?
Good afternoon, Brian Ashby with Kimley Horn and Associates, Civil Engineer of Record. We have an off-site force main extension that's a part of this project.
And that's it? There's no road improvements or anything in that capacity?
No, we are dedicating right away along US 441 for any future road improvements along there.
Okay. That road, that Lakeview Drive is just a mess already with the industrial traffic that's there, so I'm just concerned about additional traffic there and not having dedicated right turn-in lanes or anything of that capacity, so. Just a concern that that's not our road, I don't think, either. So
No, that's a county road.
still doesn't mean we can't advocate to get it better.
I agree.
Yeah, that road, that's gonna be, I'm gonna hear about that one. I can promise you that I'll be hearing about that road once you guys are in, so. But if it doesn't warrant it right now, there's nothing more I can do.
I guess similar question to the last business. On the Lakeview Drive access point to the front of the store, is that a right-in only?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then two, to Commissioner Ness's point, and we just had a bad accident there not too long ago at 441 in Lakeview. The signal that's there, is that county? Is that us?
That is DOT.
DOT.
Can we? Did that speak wrong, Pam?
So.
Is that the county's?
It's a DOT signal, but it's managed and maintained by the county. And to answer your question, since I'm up here, I have on 2 occasions offered to split the cost of fixing that intersection with the county, and I got a negative response. It's going to be a very expensive fix because of the location of the inlets and the stormwater issues. And one project, such as this one, cannot bear the cost of that. So I'm still looking to the county. It's to help get that fixed, and it's just not a priority of theirs, so.
But you can agree that it's gonna be a mess, like this is gonna get.
Well, that's why we've restricted access as we have. That's why they only have that right
During
in.
rush hour, I mean, this road backs up.
And I
gonna block your entrances.
advise them of that access is going to be a problem for them, and they would still like to come in. So we're not going to really, since you can't come to this site from the south without going through the intersection and coming around some way, I mean, without the county's help, there's not, and we can't tell them they can't develop because.
Pam, any idea what that cost or the fix would cost?
The last time we looked at it, I think it was like 1.5 million, but that was 2-3 years ago when we were trying to partner with them on all those signals. So I did just discuss it with John Weiss recently, so maybe he's thinking about it.
If we go to the east, is there no right of way there? I know that's where everybody jumps the curb and.
The right of way is not the problem on the road. There's lots of right of way. It's just that the signal's going to have to be torn down, totally redone, and so is all that stormwater. That's where the big cost is. And then when we do that, the restaurant they use all that for parking. They're going to have to reconsider, if they're going forward with whatever business is there. I think that's in the county, how they do that. We have right of way, which is a good thing, but.
The money piece of it. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my big thing, floor and decor makes absolute sense for high growth areas. That means it's going to be very, very busy. But that intersection is horrendous. Maybe not even just from an engineering perspective, but like just from the signal. Like there's baby steps options here. One of which would be, can we just add a signalized light? That way you're doing all flow coming out of Lakeview at one time, all the flow coming from, what is it, Boy Scout? Is it Boy Scout / Lakeview?
Yeah.
So, meaning that both of them, because there's just green signals there. There's no arrows. Meaning when it turns green.
You're talking about protected turns, shifting the traffic so that
Not
if you're
even
going
shifting
one
it.
direction, everybody has a green coming the other way. A
Exactly.
split phase.
Exactly.
We could ask Orange County if they'll do that. I have no
That's the only way
authority to
that I
make
can get
any
behind this
changes.
business, because there's going to be so much more volume here, and clearing that without the guesswork of, are someone going straight? Did they not put their signal on? If you can get a turn signal right there that does the forced all one side, I'm using lack of technical terms here, but I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, DOT typically does not approve split phase, they don't like it, but if you look up at Wesley and 441, we just did it up there on the side streets. You know, the trucks coming out from Wesley on the south side, everything's green, and then the other side gets green. We could ask Orange County to investigate and help fix that. I kind of already have, but I'll ask again.
Yeah, if I can get commitment from staff, they would work with DOT on the signal to get that and run it to ground. Hopefully they agree to it, because again, there's a few accidents. I don't know if the last one was a fatality or not, but it was pretty serious.
Part of the problem for us is all those roads and the signal are either the counties or DOT's, and they're in the county's maintenance area. So, and we've coordinated well with the county on this. They know what we're doing here.
I just don't, and I get it, I get the struggle, right? I just want good faith intent of let's march down a path of getting that split signal, because again, from a layperson's perspective, it makes sense, because you're taking the guesswork out of clearing volume off that street of who's turning right, who's turning left, et cetera. It would clear that street pretty quickly.
I will try again. And now I'll go to them with this specific plan and say, can you do this and when?
Got it?
Okay. All right, anybody from the public? Come on down. You need to come down in front of the mic, please, ma'am.
I'm Linda York from Plymouth Landing, and I avoid Boy Scout as it is now, because that road is narrow as well as small, and the backup there is terrible, and when trucks decide that they're going to use that road too, you don't have much room on it, and then you're going to add more traffic. That's not going to be good.
Not only the signal coming from Binion down to Lakeview, you make a right and go over the railroad track. Mid-Florida Freezer have a road where trucks come in and out. And that right there is a disaster waiting to happen too. Maud Helen is right down the road where my community is. And like the young lady just said about Boy Scout, once the trucks get there, all you have to do, the school buses even have a problem getting the students across there. When the bus get there and stop for the crossing of the railroad track, then you got all these trucks coming, and you got these people out these side streets trying to come in from Lake Annie, and the accident just happened was Melvin Jones, 25-year employee of the city, and a guy by the name of Darryl Rutler. They were really messed up, but they just got out the hospital. But that place up there, we're going to have a whole lot of fatalities if they don't fix that road.
Anybody else from the public? Okay. We'll close the public hearing. Look for, I guess, Mr. Becker, you're looking for some assurances. You want to, I know they've got to come back when we get.
Yeah, and I get it. You can't kind of think of the right.
You can't put the onus of this issue all on this developer.
Correct.
Or the city.
Correct, yeah, it needs to be on who owns it now.
What I can say is that let's take all of our good faith efforts to ensure that we're doing that. And hopefully, again, Orange County is listening to this meeting, and we can, I feel like a broken record on some of these things. And then the last question, because is that Shepherd Avenue, is that just an easement that just is going to stay undeveloped on the north side of what's on the screen right now?
Shepherd Avenue is a right-of-way that was recently vacated.
but it's going to be remain unfinished. It's not planning to be a thoroughfare here.
No, it's been completely vacated and essentially becomes a piece of the property for both owners.
Will you make improvements to the Mayflower Avenue? Because I know that's beat up from the amount of trucks, for the gentleman that just spoke, all the trucks that are going up and using that. Is there any improvements on that you guys will be doing?
No, there are no improvements at this time. And that will be the only access for trucks for our development as well. We worked with the city as well for that. To keep trucks from backing in and out onto Lakeview. They'll be only available on Mayflower.
Trying to think of where would they be coming from? So they're going to come down 429. They're going to come down. They're going to have to come down Lakeview to access the property onto Mayflower. Those are big trucks too, I would imagine.
Yeah, WB67's typical semi-tractor.
Who owns Mayflower Avenue?
That's a city road.
That's a city road? Okay.
We own that road, and we had discussions about them fixing it. There are very few people that use it, mostly the trucks that go into Mid-Florida Freezer, and I've told them that if they did not want to participate in fixing the road, because I can't technically make them, that they just need to understand they're going to have to live with it, because it is not even on our radar. We have so many other roads that need to be resurfaced and fixed. However, if they ever change their mind and want to participate, fix the road, at least to their entrance, that we would like them to do that.
Welcome.
I can't make them fix the road. It's a resurfacing. And it's so far down on our list that, well, I won't be here when it gets fixed, so. It's on them. They're not allowed to complain, is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but the residents have the right to, and they will.
Well, but the residents, oh, you're talking about Mayflower. I thought you were talking about the east-west road that runs behind their site.
Mayflower.
Mayflower.
'Cause, I mean,
yes.
sometimes it looks like a dirt road. I mean, it's kind of hard to
exactly.
tell that it's even.
But it's actually a road.
I know, but
People that drive on that are the ones going into mid-Florida. And if it wasn't for that, there's one other site over there too, because we talked about vacating it and making it not a road. But there is, in addition to their driveway that needs to come off there, there's really only one other business that's their only access, and that's why we can't vacate it.
All right. It's the pleasure of the board.
It's a stretch for me on the light one to begin with, but knowing that there's not going to be any improvement on Mayflower, I mean, that's just that road is in horrendous shape. And why would you not not you, but for the business, I mean, the drivers that are going to be delivering product to this facility are going to be battling a roadway that is not up to snuff.
So I think to Pam's point, Floor and Decor, if there is a time where they agree that the road needs to be improved for their own ingress egress, I think Floor and Decor is prepared to participate in any such improvements that they seem necessary. But right now, there's no plans to improve Mayflower. It's currently being used by semi-tractors every day for mid-Florida for the same purpose. And Floor and Decor, will continue to use it for that purpose.
It's a legacy issue, and I don't mean to perpetuate a legacy issue. I don't know what the volume increase is going to be, but I would assume it's going to be significant because this is going to be a location that's going to be really frequented.
Well, this isn't going to be that entrance is not going to be exclusively used by trucks. You're going to have residents using that all day because the traffic backs up on Lakeview. Both of your entrances, your ingress, egress off of Lakeview is going to be blocked because that light is horrible on 441. So people are going to be using this often.
No, Mayflower is a dead end right away to Mid-Florida Freezers.
I understand that. They're going to come from Lakeview, turn west onto Mayflower, and then north onto your site.
There's no connection from the rear to the front.
You can't get to the front of the store. There's no drive.
There's no, their site runs from, yeah, here. Why is it not working? There's no, you can't get from the front parking lot and the front of the store, you cannot drive to the back. It's two separate entrances.
Who's going to be using the left side of this screen?
Trucks.
Exclusively trucks. No, you will not have one resident using the left side of the screen.
The left side of the screen?
A resident?
So the use case would be someone doesn't want to hassle with getting around to the front. They're going to park in the back and walk to the front of the building.
No, there's no parking back there.
I see.
That's the question being asked. So I guess we just want affirmative or negative answers to that question.
We do, sorry, there is public parking in the rear here.
I think that's what Commissioner Ness is getting at.
Okay, gotcha. We're talking about
So
residents,
the
not
point being
patrons.
made, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mean to speak for you, but it's plausible that not just trucks will use the entrance off of Mayflower. There could be situations where you have your people that are patronizing the business park on the south side, if you will, of this property.
Sure.
Right.
Here?
No, they're talking over here.
So if that's the case, again,
People could park.
if you have customers
Somebody could come
that are
over
frequenting
if
your
they wanted
business
to.
and traversing Mayflower to get into there, not painting a good picture, either from the city perspective or from a business perspective. It's not going to look, it looks like a dirt
We could sign it
road.
trucks only. We could sign it trucks only.
But the applicant's just saying that customers could conceivably park there.
I think you said it's possible.
Yeah, I
It's
think
like
given the.
water percolating. They're going to do the path of least resistance. I'm just,
I think it's the path of, that would be the path of most resistance going down that road.
oh, I know.
I mean, I think if I'm a resident of Apopka and if I see these two entrances off of Lakeview and the one off 441, I think it's a pretty clear decision of where I'm entering the store.
But play this one out. If you're coming up from Binion, you're coming from Clear Lake Landings, Clear Lake Estates, Lake Heiniger, you're not going to go all the way around to get into the front of the store. You're going to go park in the back and walk to where you're going to walk to. Because if you come down Lakeview, the only option to turn left into your development is in the area marked for the trucks. There's no left turn lane from Lake, so you would have to do a big old loop to get into there. So we've got a lot of development going on the south side of Apopka. So you're meaning to tell me that everybody's going to do a big loop to go into Floor and Decor. That's, I think, what we're trying to go through here is the different scenarios that would be at play. All to the point of, I think Mayflower should be improved.
Well, I'll leave it to you. I can't make them, I've asked.
What may be beneficial is to table this. Let us all meet individually with you guys in a little more detail to figure out how we can remedy this.
Gene, don't we have one more, we'll have one more shot at it? Okay, this is it, okay.
Okay.
That's,
Because I don't want to deny it. I think this is an asset to the community, but at the same time, we need to get this right.
And we're only talking to the entrance of
what's
this
the-
development.
what's the length of that?
I just want to answer one thing that Commissioner Nestor said. This is Logan Opsahl, Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Yola Drive. Just to bring him to speed, some of the conversations we've been having, because since pre-DRC, we've been working with staff and the county on access issues. That's why Shepherd Avenue was vacated. We've been talking a lot about Mayflower. This portion of Mayflower functionally acts like a driveway to Mid-Florida Freezer. They have the trucks going in and out of there. So we had always talked about that's going to be truck only because we're mindful of the Lakeview Drive challenges, mindful of the county not wanting to work with the city on that. Having us improve Mayflower, because it's city right away, is always going to have to be a fully engineered right away when you cross that bridge. I mean, for any development here from Mid-Florida Freezer, that's just kind of a deal killer. So down the road, is there a good faith effort to Commissioner Becker's conversation of improving that? Sure, we can have that conversation, but at this point, we've worked very closely with the county and with the city to make access points that are safe and limited to allow site circulation.
Looking for some direction.
I keep losing this.
Mr. Becker, you got an idea?
I mean,
It's Mayflower.
I've made my comments. Again, it just doesn't seem.
Well, what does the rest of the council feel?
Yeah.
Looking at Mayflower, and if the only residential traffic that will be using Mayflower is going to be the ones that's going to his place of business, because Mayflower deads in into the freezer, if I'm looking at this aerial shot correctly.
Correct.
So there's nowhere else further to go other than to that one place of business. And so I don't think it would be fair to have this developer to improve the road when the freezer has been using the road for years, and they will continue to do so. And so if it was possible to make it trucks only, then that would prohibit any other traffic from going down Mayflower. Since there's no residential homes on Mayflower and nowhere, it's a dead-end road.
I'm more concerned about Lakeview than I am about Mayflower. I don't, that, to me, Lakeview is our.
Yeah, that's a major concern.
Yeah. So I think we can
Yeah.
get some help from DOT and Orange County to fix that intersection, and I think I'm gonna work hard to get that done. I'm okay with Mayflower. I mean, I would think that the freezer would want to improve their own road. I mean, it's not gonna be good on their trucks either, but what I'm concerned about is Lakeview and making sure we've got.
Right, and she did say there was right-of-way available on
Correct.
Lakeview.
Correct.
Okay. And so they're saying that they're willing to go back to the county and DOT and see if they would cooperate and make that happen.
Right.
And that would be the most important thing. And then again, we can't make them do it, but we can request, and Pam is pretty strong-armed. And so we're asking her to make that effort. And so based on that, I'm willing to approve
Make a motion to.
as is, and just ask that transportation make an assertive effort with the county to have something done with the signal at Lakeview and 441. So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith. Second.
Again, I think it's an unsafe road condition. I mean, you don't even have striping on that road.
On which one, Lakeville?
Mayflower.
But Mayflower dead ends into, it dead ends into mid-Florida?
Yes.
So why would we have striping there?
It's a city roadway. And the point being made is that, yeah, it's going to be primarily used for truck traffic, but there is scenarios where a patron of the business will park in that parking lot. So if you have residents or people, residents driving that Mayflower Road to access this parking lot, even though if it's in the rear, it's an unsafe road condition for private drivers, in my opinion.
So would it be feasible to have that parking lot say trucks only?
That's what they've.
Who would enforce that?
Well, not necessarily the parking. I think we're saying
The road.
Mayflower's
Roadway.
truck only. We can have that signage at both points. I think that's a prudent point made by Commissioner Becker. There's it's truck traffic. But again, this speaks to the access points and the sight distance issues and how far back we are from the intersection. All those things we went into kind of eyes wide open on some of these challenges. And, unfortunately, we have some shortage of dollars and cooperation from the county at this point, and we've come up with some master development plan that meets staff recommendations.
And I would rather put my efforts
Yeah.
into Lakeview.
Without any money to help
Yeah.
fix it, we got nothing. I mean, so we got a motion by Commissioner Smith. Do we have a second? If not, we'll look for a competing motion.
I mean, you have worked all this time with our city staff and you have been approved by DRC, planning and zoning. We don't want to put the onus on you with the road. That falls really on the transportation, to try and get at least Lakeview Drive, so that we can have a turn, is it a turning lane, Pam? Is that the road that we can work with the county on a safe turning lane?
Yes, ma'am. Mayflower is it's almost like a driveway. Mayflower is almost like a driveway. Lakeview is the road that Commissioner Becker would like us to, if we can adjust the signal like you're suggesting, or do something else to the signal. I don't know if we have enough room to restripe at the signal, the problem is we have the right of way, but the pole for the signal's in the way of where that right turn lane would go, which is what we need. But if we can rework the signal, and it can bear the weight of whatever we need to put out there so that we can clear that lane using the signal in one lane, yes, we could do that. That'd be pretty fast, but we still need to work with Orange County to do a bigger picture fix, which is to get a turn lane in there and get the signal fixed right. But in the interim, I think that we can do a minor fix to get the traffic to be able to clear on Lakeview, so that we don't have this backup problem that we're seeing now a couple times a day. The AM and PM peak, yeah, it's pretty severe.
How soon can we get that at least?
How much asphalt would that be? I mean, we could.
Well, I can't do anything on the asphalt, but we can maybe fix the signal, just
Okay.
totally do, and we're talking about DOT. So how long are y'all to construction and completion? Are you a year away?
To start construction?
No, to finish.
About a year.
Okay, so I would say that within a year, we could, if DOT and Orange County are inclined, we could definitely have that fixed. I don't know, it might take 3 months. We're dealing with DOT, we're dealing with Orange County. With Orange County, there's generally a 4-month factor. And DOT is probably about the same. So I'd say if we're able to do that, we could do it in as little as 4 months.
Why would you not privatize the street?
Private,
Why don't you give
well,
it to
I looked at it,
private
and I wanted to do that, just give it to them, but there is, to get that to work. Where's Mayflower? Oh, golly, what did I do? This is, okay, so on Mayflower, down here, like about right here, that's not on this map, there is one business that's their only access to the roadway network. And so I can't close a road if that's, these people, everybody else there has other access. I mean, we could talk to them and make it, just call it a private driveway and tell them that they are granted access to that private driveway forever. That was not something I thought about. We could do that, but they're the only thing standing between us vacating that road and making it somebody else's responsibility. And that's actually kind of a good idea.
So here's what I think makes sense is let's table this to the next meeting. We make phone calls to Orange County. You do whatever you just discussed. Talk to, I guess, the local owners there to make sure that they're happy with that. And that gets us in a better position that we feel confident moving forward with this. Again, because at the end of the day, we represent the residents. A lot of residents have shown displeasure with the amount of traffic that's already there, let alone what's coming with this. So if we can just table this, we don't need to make a rush decision that puts us down 2 more weeks, and we can get somewhere with hopefully Orange County, coming from commissioner standpoint, not from staff, we have a little bit of a plan moving forward.
But you understand, making it a private road isn't going to get it fixed.
No, but it stops my phone calls.
But are we talking about Mayflower or Lakeview?
Mayflower. Lakeview is a different conversation that I do want to, that's what I want us to be calling Orange County for, and our local district commissioner.
I don't think making it a private road fixes much in the interim, right? I mean, we can still do that and still have an approved master development plan based on what we have,
So
and continue to work with the city on access on that point. But we're going to have to work with other private businesses that have their own interests. I mean, you're talking about substantial delays over who knows what. And a lot of city time and effort went into this plan.
Well, I mean,
And it's something we can still consider.
but place yourself where we're at. If we approve this development, we're putting traffic on Mayflower Avenue that, in my opinion, is in an unsafe condition. Again, it has no proper aproning. It does not have any proper striping. It's an unsafe road for both your trucks and for your patrons. So if I fall down as soon as the argument is put to me that says, resident comes up to me and says, why did you approve this piece of business when Mayflower Avenue is in such a condition? I have no rebuttal to that statement. I need to have a rebuttal to that statement or a plan in place, a firm plan in place that says we are going to address this issue and a timeline, firm commitment, then you have my support. Otherwise, for us just to say, it's not your responsibility, and the city says, oh, it's just a glorified driveway, and there's no path to promise, if you will, what am I supposed to do?
I think that goes back to your original recommendation of working with the county on this. I think we do have a solid plan and a timeline to do that. And who knows, if we have those counties in line with your recommendation, Commissioner, then maybe there's some additional monies for this Mayflower Avenue apron, and we can fix that, those concerns there.
No, the Mayflower one is a city issue because it's a city road, right?
Right, but I mean, if there's.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sure, if there's 2 buckets of money going into it, and then I absolutely can appreciate that perspective. And the same has been had from ours. I've said, what are we supposed to do bring a city road up to a completely engineered standard for 2 other businesses? It's a deal killer. And so we came to some middle ground of, hey, okay, let's look at these other access points and let's look at, site circulation, safety concerns and traffic flow. And this is the master development plan that's a result of those conversations with your staff.
And maybe Dio has a point of view. What would it take to do proper aproning and striping on this road to make it more sound and fortified than what it currently is? I mean, what's the dollar amount that we're talking about?
The dollar amount to stripe is minuscule.
Right.
The, I don't know, on the apron, just to make it smooth going in.
Because again, lack of clarity on ingress and egress on truck drivers, and I'm sure that we've got all skilled truck drivers that come in there. But it just takes additional time if people are still trying to figure out what's dirt, what's pavement, what happens if 2 trucks are coming in at the same time, the width of this thing. There's a whole bunch of logistics that we're kind of skirting over. And I know it sounds stupid to kind of stay on this one topic, But I think it does the business well as our residents if we do something and we make a commitment to make sure that something is done to this street.
My gut tells me that you're not going to have a lot of residents going there. I understand your perspective. They can come another way, but the trip generation for this, the trip generation for this project is not real high. And I mean, we could mark it and just, say, this is not a public entrance. And there might be a few people that try and come there, as long as they sign it right, people will not, the general public will not come there. I mean, I wouldn't want to intermingle my car with the semis. There are some other things going on out there that we haven't discussed that have nothing to do with this site. Mid-Florida Logistics is using it like a private driveway. I've been told that they have trucks that stack out there waiting for them to open their gate. We're going to have to do something about that. I'm happy to go and talk to the one business to see if they would be all right with us turning that into a private drive, that we just keep the easement over it to keep that open as a driveway for everybody along that road.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm just one of 5 up here. I'll yield.
I mean, I think the road we're talking about is Lakeview, and I think giving them approval today, we turn the clock forward on moving the intersection to a better place. I mean, I get Mayflower is what it is, but with their help, with their impact fees, we'll be able to fix Lakeview. But, we can, I mean, we want to table it, we can table it. I mean.
I missed that. Here it is.
We have a motion on the floor, Commissioner Smith, to approve. If we don't have a second, then we'll look for somebody else to make a motion to table.
Yeah, again, I'll vocalize. What I just needed is firm commitment from staff that something's going to happen here. I'm not getting that firm commitment, so therefore I would just say, to Commissioner Ness's point, I would move that we table this to the next meeting and work out some of the finer points here.
Well, I don't think this is exclusively on staff either. I think it's Orange County partnering with us, and that's the rub on this. And I think the onus is on us as commissioners to call our county commission and get something moved on that street, become the squeaky wheels to get it done. And I think in 2 weeks, that gives us time to call and get somewhere with it.
Sorry to be dense about this. When we say county doesn't come into play when we're talking about the Mayflower. Let's bifurcate the issue here. We've got the issue.
Well, Mayflower, I think we should just take care of it, but it's not something that's on our radar. So I can figure that one out. I am concerned. Mayflower is a big deal, but Lakeview is our biggest deal that is not being taken care of. And it's a big deal regardless of this development. So.
Agreed. And that's the reason I'd like to approve it, so we can get.
Well, I don't want to make it worse. It's a bad issue. It doesn't just mean, hey, we're already bad, let's make it worse.
We've got a year to fix that. I mean, if they're talking.
I don't kick the can down the road, so I want to handle this now.
Okay. So actually, on Lakeview, there's a full access there.
But there's no turn lanes. They have a left in, a right in, right out, and a left in. I understand that on the southeast side, but there's no turn lanes.
To go in, you're not doing a left in?
We're not doing any turn lanes, no.
See, this is a mess. Lakeview is an absolute mess. So just give us 2 weeks. That's all I'm asking. Give me 2 weeks to call county, get comfortable, and see if we can do anything there. Get some type of comfort level there.
I got a motion.
I consistently hear that we need to go to the county, and I think the staff has given a firm commitment on that. Certainly, we'd be a willing participant in that conversation, Commissioner. But I'm not sure what 2 weeks after a year of trying to talk with the county is going to get us outside of what we've come up with where they stand today. I'm absolutely in support of that. We're going to be willing participants in those conversations. I don't know how tabling it is going to affect where the county's position might lie.
It makes it so that if I approve it today, you're less motivated to get it done. If I don't approve it today, you'll be more active in those conversations. So it's a little more, we all have a little more buy-in. If it's approved today, you guys are like, we're good.
I think with an approved development plan, we have absolute skin in the game to be part of those conversations. That would make us the willing participant.
All right.
I hear what you're saying, but.
Okay, so Commissioner Nestor, you want to make a motion to table?
Yes, I move that we table this item to September 20th.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nestor.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Becker. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay. So we got 3-2 to table it. Okay. All right, next up. Let's see. Number 4.
We are happy to participate during those 2 weeks, by the way, Commissioner. Please let us know. Thank you.
All right, Bradley.
Table to 9:20.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. Radley Williams, Parks and Recreation Director. I'm here this afternoon to present for approval a Memorial Park Bench Program. Memorial bench programs are offered by many local governments across the state and country as a way for individuals, families, or groups the opportunity to donate or sponsor a bench for a park or public space. These are done in remembrance of a loved one. The Parks and Recreation Department, along with city staff at City Hall, have recently received multiple calls from citizens inquiring on whether or not we have a memorial program, which we currently do not. Our department took a look around other local cities and counties and pulled together a Memorial Bench Park program to present to you today. This program would be a $3,000 sponsorship program and would provide for the purchase, delivery, install of a memorial park bench. This bench would have a commemorative plaque attached to it. Currently, we're asking for the program to start at 2 of our park locations, Kitland Nelson Park and the Northwest Recreation Complex. This program could be expanded to other areas and other parks in the future. This would be a uniform bench style with customizable memorial plaque in the center. And we're proposing a 15-year sponsorship with a possible 5-year extension. The way that would work is the commitment would be for a $3,000 sponsorship. It's a metal cast steel bench. We anticipate this bench to last anywhere between 15 to 20 years. At the 15-year mark, the sponsor could apply for an extension at no cost. If we assess the bench and the bench is in good condition to make it that additional 5 years, they'd be authorized to keep that memorial bench in place. If the bench is in a state of disrepair or needs replacement, they could then sponsor an additional bench for another program or another year. This is just a map of some of the locations at Kitland Nelson Park and the Northwest Recreation Complex. These are general areas. We'd be looking to install them along the sidewalks, off the sidewalk, so the installation would include some concrete to be added for the benches to be mounted to. And these are the pictures of the benches. We are looking at the bench on the right there with the center armrest, and the plaque would be just in the very center as depicted in the center picture. The packet included the proposed policies and procedures for selling these memorial park benches, and I'll open it up for questions.
Any questions for Radley?
When you did make the presentation to me, remember, the only thing I suggested was a 10-year rather than 15 years, because I thought that was more feasible, and it's pretty much in line with what Orange County has. Am I correct in that?
Correct, and Mount Dora has a 10-year program as well. The only difference is they utilize more of the wooden bench as an option, so these would be steel, commercial grade benches. So, but it's up to the pleasure of the council. If you'd like to go with a 10-year, with a 5-year add-on, that'd be a 15-year total sponsorship.
That would be preferred, a 10-year and with a 5-year extension. Because I feel that these are outside benches, and if you wait for the 15 years with a 5-year extension, that's really pushing the bench, the life of the bench. So I feel 10 with 5 would be much more feasible.
Yeah, and we can make that adjustment if that's the wish of.
And the fire would be at no cost, you said?
Correct. If the bench is assessed in that last year and the bench is in good condition, that we believe it'll make it the next 5 years, there'd be no additional cost for that. They would just sign the policies and procedures again.
And is there a reason why you prefer the one with the armrest in the middle as opposed to the other one?
The preference is just so that we don't have a space that can be laid down on easily. So the park benches for sitting in the park and enjoying the park while the park's open.
Any other questions for?
I had a couple. We do have a couple benches already, don't we, that are already dedicated in some capacity?
There are a couple that are dedicated throughout the city. We did not have a standard program in place.
So this kind of formalizing that
This
process.
formalizes the process and puts everything.
Will we be, the old benches that are already in that plan or program, will we be updating those to this one so they all match?
I think at the time where those benches are no longer viable or starting to degrade, we would then approach those and put them towards this program.
Okay.
For if they want to be replaced, they'd follow the program.
And then what does the funds go to?
The funds, the cost is the direct cost for purchasing and installing.
So it's a net zero.
So
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The benches are right around $2,500, and then there's some additional costs for the additional concrete pad that'll be needed to attach it to the sidewalk.
And does it have to be a Apopka residence that this is memorializing? It can be, are there any rules, logistics, or bounds to that?
We didn't specify it specifically for Apopka residents. It was just in memory of.
Okay.
That way it's open if somebody lives in the city and had a close family member or friend that they want to commemorate, they could do so.
Okay. And then they'll be, whomever wants to do this, they'll be able to pick their location?
Right. We would sit with them on the map, and at one of these areas, we could select a space for them.
Okay.
But we do want to kind of keep it confined to these parks at this moment.
Sure.
One park that I know Commissioner Smith and I talked about yesterday was as we finish the parking lot expansion at Lawrence and Williams Park, maybe that's a location that becomes an opportunity for sponsorship.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter?
Gimme 3603 Golden Gem Road. You mentioned that you'd be putting down concrete pads. Does that mean these benches are bolted to the ground? Okay. In terms of their metal, and they cost $2,500, and there's possibly $500 of an allowance to do the installation, delivery, and everything. Do you foresee any maintenance being required to these over a 10 or 15-year period? What happens if there's people come down and spray paint them and deface them or vandalize them? Is the city going to end up having to pay money because the sponsorship doesn't contain contingency for repair or replacement? Those are all my questions.
Hang on. You want to answer that while he's coming down?
Yeah, so the policies provided in the packet, it does indicate that the city's not liable for theft or vandalism of the benches, but we will do general maintenance and cleaning on the benches, so that could entail pressure washing. If there is some graffiti, I mean, we can remove that off of a steel bench pretty easily. So, but outside of that, if the bench is completely stolen or broken or something like that, the city would not be held liable for that. This would be a sponsorship. Obviously, we do our best to make sure we're keeping them in clean operating state.
Can I ask you, with Orange County, how do they handle their?
Most of the bench programs, they're not liable. The city or the county government does not put themselves liable for theft or vandalism.
Have they had issues with graffiti or maintaining them?
I can't specifically say whether or not specifically on the benches they've had issues with that.
Okay. Have we had any issues with the benches that are in the park?
Since my tenure here, I've not had any vandalism or graffiti on a bench that I've been made aware of.
Sylvester Hall, Rock Springs Ridge. I love the idea of the benches. My question is, when you look at the bench on the left and you look at the bench on the right, well, Mayor, I know you're anti-homeless, but that's the only purpose that area served, because you said you don't want nobody sleeping there. And if you look at the bench on the left, that would be the bench that I would go with. The bench on the right, to my right here, if a homeless wanted to sleep there, they probably still would. They probably still would. So when you're looking at the bench itself and you're looking at the cosmetic makeup of what would look better in the park, that one with that, say if you there, you got a family of 4 or 5, you got that sticking in the way, that potentially stops somebody from sitting down. It takes up another seat. So it's really no need for it to be there. So I would say, for me, great idea. Let's just use an open bench. The cosmetic look is better and the overall concept is better. Thank you.
And I'll just leave that back to the council as well. Just for reference, the bench is a 6-foot bench, so that would be somewhere in the 3-foot area.
Rod Olson, 3156 Rolling Hills Lane. I don't know how it lines up, but right now at what would be the southwest corner of the major pond in the park, there's a metal bench there. On the northeast corner, I believe it's a fiberboard bench that is for Ranger Paul in memory of him. So I'm not sure the aspect of tying it together, but it'd be nice to be able to start tying this stuff together in one consistent way.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll close the public hearing, look for a motion, I guess, looking at a 10-year with a 5-year extension.
And just to reiterate, the 5-year extension, should the bench be in the quality to do that, it's free. If after year 15 I want to renew that, it's another $3,000?
Correct.
Okay. So it's $6,000 for 30 years?
Correct.
Okay.
And you've got discretion so that no one's putting.
Yeah, they would submit the memorial plaque content, and then,
Is that up to you to make the final decision?
it would be in the Parks and Rec Department, yeah. Again, the intent is for a memorial bench, so up to 3 lines, 56 characters.
Okay. All right, look for a motion to approve with those changes.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nestor, second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What style bench?
I thought you had one in your proposal.
The proposed was the one with the center armrest. And again, I'll look to council for the wish.
So
And we're doing
I will
10
tell
time,
you
right?
what the center arm for me does, because I did mention to you that I bought one for my home. It helps me to get up. Because if you have someone that comes that has a disabled vet or a senior person, unless they're sitting at the end, that's when they can kind of use that as an assistance. But if it's in the middle, I find that it's comfortable where they can sit either way and still have that support.
Yeah.
I like, and I mean, I bought it for my home, and it's just me and my husband, but I was specific about that because then I always have to sit at the end to get up.
Yeah, and it's preference, and it does make it 2 kind of seated areas in the one bench. But again, it is a 6-foot bench.
Because sometimes I find when you have a whole bench like this and you have 2 people sitting there, sometimes someone else wants to sit and they just feel like that whole bench belongs to that person. So when you have that middle part, it allows for separation. I mean, I'm not looking at it in a negative way. I look at it in a positive way, that the bench is good for everyone. And if I see a couple sitting on one side, I still feel like I can be invited to sit on the other side.
It creates some personal space
It does.
on the bench.
Okay, so we got a motion with 10-year, 5-year extension and the center armrest. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Best Foot Forward, Pam.
So let me just say straight up, I'm going to ask you for money. I think it's already in our budget, but I want it designated specifically. But before I do that, I'm going to have Emily tell you what our partnership with Best Foot Forward has done for the city. I think this will be our third year. Our third year, so you'll be inclined to spend the pittance that they're asking for to continue this program. I think most of y'all have joined me at one time on the side of the road for something or at some event. So Emily, if you would tell them all the good things we've done.
Awesome. Thank you, Pam. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission. My name is Emily Hanna. I'm the Executive Director of Bike Walk Central Florida. We are a nonprofit advocacy organization that promotes walking, biking, and rolling safely in your community. And I'm here today to present to you a update on your Best Foot Forward pedestrian safety program and the work we've been doing in the city of Apopka to date. The program runs your fiscal year, so that's October 1 to September 30th. So I'm a little early in presenting you some of these figures. We are not done yet. We still have a few outreach opportunities that we are working on in the city. So these education and outreach numbers will not be the final numbers that you see in your final progress report that we give to you in the end of October. But here's what we've done so far just with the city of Apopka. We've completed 4 high-visibility enforcement operations, and those are region-wide. So the City of Apopka Police Department participates along with Orange County, Seminole County, and Osceola County, and all the cities in between. They've enforced at 4 different crosswalk locations, issuing a total of 18 warnings and citations, reminding drivers that it is the Florida statute to stop and let a pedestrian cross the road. And we have conducted those at trail crossings and at school crossings throughout the city. We have completed 6 events and presentations to date, having conversations with 1,100 people. And that's talking specifically about the driver yield law and the importance for stopping and paying attention to people crossing the road, and have distributed well over 700 materials. And that includes lights and stickers and things that remind them to be safe beyond our conversations at those events and presentations. We've monitored 4 crosswalks to date this year in the program and have completed 15 data collection samples. We still have some to wrap up this month, so those numbers will change as well. One of the things that I do want to highlight and give a shout out to the Apopka Police Department, specifically Sergeant Harmon, we conduct and host a Best Foot Forward Regional Pedestrian Safety Summit every year, and we invite partners across the region to come collaborate about what works for them, what doesn't work, some of those issues, and we invited Sergeant Harmon to participate as the enforcement E on our panel, and he did a fantastic job representing not only the city of Apopka, but the work that he sees out on the community streets every year, especially enforcing and working with the driver yield law, but then unfortunately dealing with the severity of serious injuries and fatalities within the city as well. He advocated for some significant changes, and we're hoping to utilize his voice in the future to go in and lobby for some changes to that state statute to help make that a little bit more clear for those drivers that have a little bit of a vagueness as to whether or not they have to stop and let someone cross the road. So a huge shout out to the Apopka Police Department and Sergeant Harmon's enforcement efforts and the work that he's done within our summit this year. These are the locations that we have monitored this year within the program. These change yearly, and this is determined by the police department and city staff. So these will likely change for the next fiscal year. But these are the 4 locations. I know I've met a few of you at those locations during our enforcement operations. Whoops. That went way too fast. We conduct crosswalk improvement plans and provide that data that we collect every year. So this is a snapshot of that crosswalk improvement plan and some of the data that we collect. Not only do we collect driver yield rate data, but whether or not the driver had to brake hard, whether or not there was a pedestrian trapped in the middle of the roadway, and at what distance that driver is stopping to let that person cross the road. Those are all factors as to whether or not the driver can see the pedestrian and whether or not additional striping and signage is necessary. Of course, these are all very low-cost engineering solutions that help improve the safety of your roadways. Just again, another snapshot of those operations that have taken place. Sergeant Harmon was the decoy at a couple of those enforcement operations, putting his life on the line to protect those that do cross the road. This was at a trail crossing and at a middle school right outside of school hours. And we do invite the media to attend. So we did have several news channels come out to the city of Apopka specifically to target and to highlight the enforcement efforts in the city. This is happening way too fast. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, some pictures of our education efforts. We've been out to lots of community events at your various parks throughout the city. And then this is the request. As Pam said, we are asking for a little bit of money to operate the program as we are a nonprofit. So this year, coming fiscal 24, this is the scope of what we would do for the city of Apopka. This is very straightforward and most of what we provide other municipalities. We do a little bit more events and presentations than most cities. You are a little larger, so that was a request of city staff. So your program cost is roughly under $10,000, which is the same cost, if not less, than it was last year. Part of the reason why we can bring you something that costs a little bit less, which very rarely happens, is because we've renegotiated our agreement with Metroplan Orlando, and they are now going to pay for the enforcement operations, our steering committee meetings, and the summit this year. And part of that is in conjunction with and supporting their Safe Streets for All grant application, which they were awarded. So all the cities are participating in those regional efforts, and the Best Foot Forward program is a part of that. We did see some inflation costs, so that's why you don't see a significant reduction, because we did have to increase some of our program costs, but it's roughly $9,996 this year. So with that, we truly appreciate the City of Apopka's participation in the Best Foot Forward program and in the work that Bike Walk Central Florida does in our region, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Emily? So I see that you have, can you go back to, you have 5 crosswalks. How do they get determined?
So we meet every year with the City of Apopka and your city staff in transportation and community development to determine where there might be issues, crashes, serious injuries and fatalities, where there might be development happening or roadway construction taking place, and they determine those locations.
Okay. Can we make any recommendations?
Absolutely.
Okay. You know, I'm obsessed with the corner of Welch and Rock Springs Road. It's not a wide, Rock Springs Road is wide, but Welch is not. And you literally take your life in your hands to try and cross those crosswalks there. So that would be on the top of my list for that.
Wonderful. We will take, yes, we will bring it back.
Especially now that we have a new development going in that corner.
To that point, we're in next fiscal year, I've budgeted the redesign of that whole intersection, and we'll be working with Emily on that exact subject to make sure, because you're going to have a lot of lanes to cross, and you know the trails there too. So that's on our radar too.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Emily?
No, I just want to say thank you for what you do for the community. I've been out a few times in your enforcement operations, and those have been educational, to say the least. I've definitely learned something each and every time, and I'm glad I'm not the one that needs to be educated during those events. So that's very nice. And the other one was just the cost. I feel like I want to say it was like $11,000 or $12,000 last year. So it was surprising to see that we get a savings. That's very nice, especially in these times. This is already budgeted, correct?
I asked for Jim put some money in his budget, but I want y'all to know that this is something that we're specifically spending the money on, so that when they send me an invoice, I can
Gotcha. Okay.
pay it.
Just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, I just
thought
want
saw
to make
this.
sure that it's there, and that y'all know that that's one of the items. It's because Jim has, it's just one big category, right, Jim? And he's got, we just threw a bunch of stuff together without any line
One of the things we're going
items.
to try to do is break that big chunk of money out. into
Okay.
A little more specific, Jim, right? Yeah, it's
So-
too big a number to be, yeah, so
So
anyway, but
it
yes.
will be its
Yep,
own line
yep,
item.
yep.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Anybody from the public wish to speak?
Leroy Bell, Mount Helen. This seemed to be a great program, but what I would ask is the way you picked the crosswalks and from with your pictures and stuff. I see nothing from Central Avenue up to, that'll be Sheila on 436. In the last 2 years, we done had several fatalities up there. And nobody's paying attention to this area right here. I think the last one, the man was killed in a wheelchair coming across from Pizza Hut. A few months later, a man killed right here on Park Avenue on a bicycle. 7, 8 months prior to that, a man was killed coming across by, down by World of Sun. This Crackerjack Police Department, but I'm glad that you're on the job.
County 3603 Golden Gem Road. What it appeared to me today is that we're asking to complete a partnership with law enforcement to endorse checkpoints. And I'm not against that. But effectively, if commissioners are going to endorse checkpoints for law enforcement could already do that, I would also like you to endorse checkpoints where we're looking at vehicles and we're doing more random check tests on drivers who have been drinking. And when we do that, we can also check to see who's carrying firearms.
Sylvester Hall, Rock Springs Ridge. I agree. This is a great program. There's nothing more important than our kids and making sure they have a proper crosswalk. But what I will hope that we put the crosswalk, there's 5 crosswalks. They need to be put in the most vulnerable areas that we have, period. Other than that, we're just doing a window dressing. So I agree with the 5 crosswalk, but the areas where they're most needed, that's where they must go. That's where they must go if you want to be efficient with the program and you're doing what the program calls for to save lives. So that's the only thing that I would recommend. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve the Best Foot Forward Pedestrian Safety Program.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Pam, Active Transportation Network.
So have an easy day, because I got someone talking for me the whole time. We talk about planning a lot, and sometimes we approve plans, or we don't approve plans. We do plans and we don't get them approved. Well, the city has been working with some of our partners on a trails plan of sorts, and go to the, and we have been working with the community and with y'all on an active transportation network, and the multi-talented team at Best Foot Forward, and they have actually put together with us this plan. And I don't want this to be a coffee table book, something that you just stick in your office and say, look how pretty it is. This is actually a plan that we want to use. We have partners at Metro Plan, at the city, at the state, development partners, other transportation-related partners, where we actually have a real opportunity to make this into something. And so after Emily does her presentation, you got a presentation a couple months ago. Now this is the final. There are probably going to be some tweaks, but we would like to have this approved so that we have something to point to when that development comes in. We can say, we have a plan. This is what you need to do to help us achieve our goal. So Emily, if you want to talk about the plan.
Absolutely. Thank you, Pam. Good afternoon again, Mayor and Commission. Emily Hanna with Bike Walk Central Florida. We're that nonprofit advocacy organization where our mission is to support all those that walk, bike, and roll. So we had the opportunity to come work with the city of Apopka and several different partners on identifying what we're calling an active transportation network. So not just a trails master plan. This is for individuals to walk, bike, and roll throughout the city, regardless of the size of the infrastructure. We wanted to make sure that we provided a plan that provided all of the different types of infrastructure that supports that type of active transportation, hopefully to reduce some of the traffic congestion that I've been hearing from proposed development throughout the meeting today. So I'm going to run through the beginning of this presentation very, very quickly. Just as a reminder, these are our goals for the study. We wanted to not only identify this active transportation route, but we wanted to use it as an economic development tool as well, and to help point developers in a direction to say, this is why we need this type of roadway improvement, or this is why we need this segment of right-of-way to build this trail, or this is why we need you to build that section of trail. And here's what those standards might look like. We had a lot of stakeholders and stakeholder meetings with all of the various individuals and organizations that you see on the screen, including residents of the city of Apopka. So we definitely appreciate their support of this project. Really quickly, again, this was, we're going to go through the existing conditions more for the audience than anything. This is the regional trail connection through the city of Apopka. This is the coast-to-coast trail to align you, and then running north-south is the West Orange Trail through the city. So we wanted to create a loop. We wanted to connect to some regional environmental centers. We wanted to create a theme of this trail loop in the city of Apopka, and we wanted to make sure that these signature trails were feasible, that this was not just a plan on a shelf. Here is your proposed, existing and proposed trails that are already planned in the city of Apopka. So we took this as our framework. And then we looked at the land uses, what's currently happening in and around the city. We looked at not only those recreational areas, but the commercial centers, because again, we want to promote active transportation, so promote the ability to ride your bike, walk, or roll to any of these locations. We identified some gaps, again, going through and reminding ourselves of those big pictures through economic development and ecotourism. We identified what those activity centers were, and in this greenish color to the left on the map is the gap in which we saw from not only the activity centers that we identified, but also within the existing and proposed trail network. We conducted public feedback. We distributed over 750 postcards to 30 businesses within the city of Apopka. We did hold a community meeting that had a little bit more than 15 people, not quite the response that the UCF students had, but that's okay. And then we also conducted an online survey, and we received 66 responses to that online survey. Those responses were people are walking mostly in the city of Apopka, not really biking, but mostly both people that walk and bike are doing so for leisure, recreation, or exercise, not necessarily for transportation. However, that's not necessarily something we can write off completely. People prioritize safety as being the first and primary thing that they'd like to see within any improved infrastructure. Also comfort, and then convenience. And so we wanted to prioritize those things within the plan. They also prioritized recreational destinations first and foremost before they would hop on a bike or walk to a day-to-day commute. So we wanted to prioritize those as well. So with that, I am now presenting to you our proposed network, and it makes several nice loops within the city of Apopka. We've identified these trails as different priorities. First is priority 1. These have shorter time frames and should make those connections pretty viable pretty quickly. Some of these are within an existing where new development is taking place. Other could be roadway improvements in the future, as discussed with city staff. Priority 2 trails would probably be an intermediate or a long-term goal. There might be some right-of-way acquisition, though there was very few of that we tried to identify. And those are in red and orange. In the light blue color is going to be your Orange County partnership trails, because some of the facilities and right-of-way are owned by Orange County. We can't do this without them. So we did vet this with Orange County Parks and Recreation and the Transportation Division, and they ultimately gave us the thumbs up, and so we will talk to them on these individual projects as they come up. And then we also identified a few third-party trail concepts. These would be off-site at specific locations. We're calling the one on the North Pine Plantation, and then the landfill on the south. These would be possibly off-network, like mountain bike trails or unpaved trails. There's quite a bit of funding available at the state level for unpaved trails. Paved trails are pretty popular, so we tried to look at all different types of trail opportunities when identifying this proposed trail network. We broke those trails down into segments so they're easier for you to prioritize and identify within your capital improvement plan, and also request grant funding. That is also a pretty prominent thing that we wanted to emphasize within this plan, was that there were partnerships that supported the opportunity for the city to not just spend your money, but spend the state or federal dollars that are now available as well. We looked at secondary opportunities that included bike lanes. Most of these bike lanes would be available if you just restriped the road. No roadway acquisition, right-of-way necessary, just restriping. These would have to be done as the road goes through a resurfacing project, so not any additional funding necessarily spent on the city of Apopka. And these were those projects that were identified. We also identified low-speed roadways that could provide additional connections to the primary network, which was the main signature trails we identified, and to those bike lanes. We did so by identifying low-speed streets, low traffic volumes, things that are comfortable for people of all ages to walk and bike on. We did identify 2 roads that we do request a speed limit reduction just to make it a little safer, or maybe you just don't make these assigned bike route. Whoops. And then in addition, I skipped ahead. We looked at sidewalk gaps. So we identified critical sidewalk gaps that would connect to the primary active transportation route, that secondary route, and that third bike share route as well. These are those sidewalk gaps identified in the community that we would suggest. And then we not only looked at those proposed routes, but we looked at what the impact of those routes might be for the city of Apopka. So as it exists, the existing trails have a roughly reach of about 25,000 people within a half a mile of where they currently live on that existing route. And if we were to look at the proposed and funded trails, that number is a little less than half as it increases to 46,000 individuals that would have a half a mile access to one of these trail routes. We also looked at the mile of trails proposed within the city, so it would more than double, if not triple, within the city just by installing those proposed routes. We also looked at the additional amenities that would be connected with the addition of the trail network, and that includes dining establishments, grocery stores and markets, and parks and recreation, and that's all broken down individual in your plan. I was trying to be brief today in our presentation. We also did 6 accessory plans that looks at all of these different topics here. I'm only going to go through the first 3 with you, but the rest are located within your plan, and this plan is also available online and available available on Bike Walk's website. So we looked at trailhead and amenities, where we could possibly add trailheads and where some of these amenities might be located. We also did some conceptual land design plans where we could add new trails, off-site trails that would connect into the proposed network. And then lastly, we looked at a preliminary wayfinding strategy. We know that's something you're very interested in. So we looked at the different signage types and potential placements, but again, this is at a very high level, something that we can certainly assist the city of Apopka with doing in the future if you wanted something a little bit more detailed as far as specific locations. And that is the plan in and of a nutshell. So we are here today to answer any questions you might have and do hope that we can actively support the city of Apopka in implementing what is proposed in the packet today. Thank you.
All right, any questions for Emily? That's very well done. Very well done. Okay. Anything? All right, anybody from the public wish to speak? Not, we'll close the public hearing for a motion.
You got one.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's our bike rider.
I'm Eric Mock. I live at 2439 Birdie View Drive here in Apopka. And I'm an avid cyclist and had a wonderful opportunity to be part of the team that Emily had and put together. It was a great team. We had multiple interactions and meetings in putting this plan together. And even during the plan process, 2-3 weeks ago, there was a national article that came out about what individuals look for when they like to move to a community, and lo and behold, this was one of the topics that individuals look for. So I look at this as a real true possibility for ecotourism in this part of Apopka and Northwest Orange County, connecting these missing loops, and then of course the cross Florida. So I think there's a lot of economic opportunity on upswing. So I really had a good time working with Emily and her team, and glad to see the fruition of the project.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Just one question. This is a great presentation. I wish I had gotten it much sooner, but it's something that it gives us time to look at it. This one?
The digital, we have the digital version.
Yeah, but,
We have the digital.
oh, no, that's okay. What's the time frame and, that you are planning, that this will become a reality? Like, is this broken down in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3?
Not yet. We've got, it's kind of a living document. Some of the projects in there we're already working on, like the trail up, the trail going up Union Road, and then if I couldn't do this, the piece connecting the West Orange Trail to the Neighborhood Lakes Trail, even though that's a county project, we got $2 million from the state, and we're designing that for the county so that you can have the connection from the Wekiva Trail on the north to south to the Coast to Coast Trail, and then you can go coast to coast in 2 places. And then there are some others that are, some are being done by developers as part of their development approval. That's why it's important to have this documented, but I would tell you that the way we're going to, and also the trail going up Acadia Apopka Road, that will be designed with the road that's about to start. Design on the northern piece and the southern piece is already being done. So those pieces are the ones that will probably come first, but as far as the others go, we're going to be doing the ones that are the easiest, things that we can get done fast, and then the ones that don't require right away, or some of the other ones that are probably less expensive, and then those we have to invest a lot of money in, those we will put on our list and prioritize. And I wish I could point at this map and tell you which is which. That's to come, but that's kind of our strategy. We're trying to get as much done as we can. And we do have some partners, and Emily's got a lot of good ideas about where to get somebody else's money to help us with our network.
Okay. Because I agree with you on one thing. We don't want to have this and it become shelved. Too many
Yeah,
of these
and
plans
we're not gonna
get
let that happen.
presented and then they kind of go on the wayside.
Right, and
So-
some of the other plans that we've done, they never actually got adopted, so that's why I'm asking y'all to adopt this one
This
so
one.
that we all have something to point to.
Okay.
Sylvester Hall, Rock Springs Ridge. I was trying to pull up some of my pictures here. I'm agree with the trails. I mean, you know, getting out, walking, exercising, that's the American way. What I want to bring up, I was just walking on the trail up there, Rock Springs Ridge, Welch Road. If you take a look at the trail, you know, they had the brick wall where the apartments was, and you see all the debris. You see the trail, you don't know where the trail started because there's an overlap and grass just growing all the way on the trail. And you see the asphalt, it's all broken up. Not one place, two places, but throughout the whole walk, you see asphalt just broken up. So when we make these beautiful trails, we have to maintain them. And then when we put the trail down, we want to make sure we put it down where it don't break up in 2 or 3 years. Put a quality trail in so it'll last and the concrete will last and it won't break up. So those are the things I want you to look at when you're putting these beautiful trails, because they're beautiful when they start. But if you don't maintain them and keep the maintenance up, now it become an eyesore and a trip hazard. So if you get a chance, walk some of the trails, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. That really need to be addressed. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. I'd look for a motion to approve the active transportation network study and network.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta. Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3010.
Can we just take a 2-minute
Sure.
break? That's it. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
You ready?
Thank you.
All right, let's get back to it.
Thank
We got, first up, we got ordinance number 3010.
Ordinance number 3010. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka. Changing the future land use designation from industrial to commercial for certain real property generally located east of Cimarron Commerce Place, west of Lake Pleasant Road, and north of State Road 436. Owned by Shake the Nations Ministries, Inc., comprising 2.4 acres more or less, providing for severability and conflicts and an effective date.
Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 3010, amending the future land use map for Shake the Nations from industrial to commercial. The subject property is located in the northwest corner of US 441 Cimarron Commerce Place. It is 2.4 acres in size and currently houses a building with over 24,300 square feet of area and an existing use of broadcasting studio and auxiliary office use. Commercial future land use designation exists on the southern adjacent property. This application is also being processed simultaneously with an application to change the zoning of the subject property from IL, light industrial, to CCOR, corridor commercial zoning district. The DRC recommends approval at its meeting on June 13, 2023. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the future land use amendment. On July 5th, 2023, City Council tabled this item at the request of staff, and on August 2nd, this item was continued to a date certain of September 6th at the applicant's request. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 3010 and hold it over for second reading and adoption. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean?
First, the ex parte, which I did speak with the attorney, Jonathan Hughes, and that was on Wednesday. I had a scheduled meeting with him in City Hall, but that was the day we were closed because of the hurricane. So we had a telephone conversation. And of course, we talked about the parking issue, and that was a concern, the parking issue, and something that was kind of satisfied as to how are they going to deal with the parking issue. But the second thing that did come up after I spoke to Jonathan, and I did speak to James Hitt, was that I learned that they're on septic. And so my understanding is that when they come before you with a development plan, that's at that time we can ask that they connect to sewer.
Correct. Sewer connections and actually utility connections are all addressed during development plan review.
Oh, I'm sorry, repeat that again?
During development plan review?
Right.
Correct.
Okay, because I was unaware until after my conversation with Mr. Jonathan Hughes that it was on septic. And I did consult with James Hitt, and just wanted to make sure that the applicant understands that when they do come back, that there's going to be some discussion between staff and them regarding a connection to sewer.
Any other questions for Jean?
No, I met with the applicant as well.
As did I.
So did I.
Yep, all of us, okay. All right, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3010 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3011.
Ordinance number 3011, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from IL, light industrial, to C-Core, corridor commercial for certain real property generally located east of Cimarron Commerce Place, west of Lake Pleasant Road, and north of State Road 436. Owned by Shake the Nations Ministries, Inc., comprising 2.4 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
For the record, Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is the companion rezoning for the previous agenda item in which the applicant is requesting to accept the first reading of ordinance number 3011, changing the zoning for Shake the Nations from IL Light Industrial to CCOR Corridor Commercial. The application to change the zoning designation from IL to CCOR would allow a conference center use in addition to the broadcasting studio and auxiliary office uses. The change of zoning to CCOR would also provide a transition from the existing CC, Community Commercial Zoning District, south of the property abutting Semoran Boulevard to the northern properties in the IL zoning district. The purpose of the CCOR district is to provide lands that accommodate a moderate range of primarily commercial uses along commercial corridors in ways that support infill and redevelopment. This property is located in the vicinity of State Road 436 corridor and therefore a suitable candidate for the said zoning designation. The applicant has communicated with staff that they intend to hold approximately 20 conferences annually by invitation only. Additionally, there are currently 66 parking spaces for the broadcasting studio, which requires 58 spaces per the Land Development Code. If and or when other uses are introduced or change of use occurs, such as a conference center use, it is subject to the standards of the Land Development Code and other applicable city standards. The DRC recommends approval at its meeting on June 13, 2023. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the proposed change of zoning. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 3011, hold it over for second reading and adoption. Staff and applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Jean? Anybody from public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for motion to approve ordinance number 3011 at first reading and hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ordinance number 3019.
Ordinance number 3019, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from mixed use to industrial for certain real property generally located west of Ocoee Apopka Road and north of State Road 414, owned by the Ridge Self-Storage LLC, comprising 12.25 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Good afternoon, Bobby Howell, Planning Manager with the Community Development Department. The applicant has submitted a small-scale future land use amendment from mixed use to industrial for a property located on the north side of State Road 414 and west of Ocoee Apopka Road. It's approximately 12.25 acres in size. The applicant is requesting the future land use amendment to allow for the development of a proposed self-storage facility on the two parcels, of which is not a permitted use in the current future land use and zoning designations. The future land use designation is mixed use. You can see the existing future land use designation on the map in front of you. The Development Review Committee recommends approval of the future land use change from mixed use to industrial. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval, and the recommended motion this afternoon is accept first reading of ordinance number 3019 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on September 20th. If you have any questions, myself and the applicant are available.
Any questions for Bobby?
Just one quick question. Do you know how many stories it's going to be or how tall it's going to be?
We haven't gotten into that yet, but that could be something that the applicant could come up to and please
Who
relate.
is this guy?
Never seen this guy before.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Commissioners. Phil Martinez, Senior Planner with Paulus & Bennett, located at 2602 East Livingston Street, Orlando, Florida, zip code 32803. At this time, my colleagues and I are in the preliminary design stages for a self-storage facility for the subject property. Keyword on preliminary, and we do not know at this time what the estimated height will be for the building height.
What's the max height allowed right now, or with these approvals?
Within the industrial zoning district, it's 45 feet.
How many stories does that allow?
That'd be about 3.5 to 4, depending on the
Any other questions for the applicant?
Is this part of the Ridge PD?
No, sir, this is separate from the Ridge PD.
Any other questions? Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Now we'll close the public hearing, look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3019 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
A second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3020.
Ordinance number 3020, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from T transitional to IL light industrial for certain real property generally located west of Acadia Apopka Road and north of State Road 414, owned by the Ridge Self-Storage LLC, comprising 12.25 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you. For the record, Bobby Howell, Planning Manager. This is the companion rezoning from transitional to light industrial. The location maps are on the screen. The recent first reading of the future land use amendment from industrial to, or from mixed use to industrial is recently voted on and approved by the City Council. This is the, like I said, the rezoning from T transitional to light industrial. The Development Review Committee recommends approval. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval, and the recommended motion this afternoon is to accept first reading of ordinance number 3020 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on September 20th, 23. Myself and the applicant are available for questions.
Any questions for Bobby? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing, look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3020 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3021, Land Development Code Amendments.
Ordinance number 3021, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka by amending Part 3, Land Development Code, Article 3, Zoning Districts, Section 3.3, Residential-Based Zoning Districts, 3.3.7, RMF Residential Multifamily District, by amending Part 3, Article 3, Zoning Districts, Section 3.3, Residential-Based Zoning District, Section 3.3.8, Residential Mixed-Use District, by amending Part 3, Article 3, Zoning Districts, Section 3.6, Special Purpose Zoning Districts, 3.6.3, Mixed-Use Downtown District, by amending Part 3, Article 3, Zoning Districts, Section 3.7, Plan Development District, 3.7.2, Plan Development District, by amending Part 3, Article 4, Use Regulations, Section 4.2, Principal Uses, Table 4.2.2.c, Principal Use Table, by amending Part 3, Article 4, Use Regulations, Section 4.3, Accessory Uses and Structures, Table 4.3.2.b, Accessory Uses and Structure Table, by amending Part 3, Article 5, Development Standards, Section 5.1, Off-Street Parking, Bicycle Parking and Loading Standards, 5.1.8, Off-Street Parking Alternatives, H, Alternative Surfacing Materials for Parking Areas, by amending Part 3, Appendix D, Development Design Guidelines, 3, Residential Design Guidelines, 3.2.3, Balconies and Porches, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and setting an effective date.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim Hick, Community Development Director. As you all know, these are kind of a continuation of what I consider glitch amendments, basically updates to help clarify and amend the Land Development Code that was originally fully changed back in 2019. This is the seventh one over the last few years. The last one was done on March of this year, and these, like I mentioned, are little quirks that come up and clarifications that we need in order to keep the city moving forward. The The first particular item, actually, there's two that are almost exactly the same, has to do with the residential multifamily district and the residential mixed-use district. Both of those, we did put the building height from 35 to 55. There's also some clarifications. As you know, we do require alleys for a lot of the developments that for anything that's 55 feet or less. And it's a clarification that those alleys are considered private dedicated, not public roads. In addition, something that also came up regarding the waste receptacles, the waste is also taken from the alley area, but this also clarifies that, but it also requires that the receptacles are screened from view, of course, when they're not getting picked up, not when they're getting picked up. And then the other portion for that is that the main front does have to face an actual named road, and that's for addressing purposes so that we can actually find the location of a business or of a home or a townhome without having to go to the back of the where the alley is, because a lot of times the alleys themselves, the only thing that's available is a garage, not necessarily a door. The other one is clarification regarding the height of the buildings. Like a two-story is typically about 35 feet. That's like a single-family house also. 3 stories, 45, 4 stories, 55, and then 5 stories for the special exception. So the other portion that came up was the mixed-use, the mixed-use downtown district. There were a few things in there that just weren't clarified in regards to the building setbacks. So we did put in an actual front setback that does coincide with the build to line, and that build to line, if you recall, is an average of the front setbacks for the buildings that are adjacent to whatever structure is going up. Because we do have a city that's a little older, some of those front setbacks and some of the older blocks were closer to the street than what they might be required to have now. So we allow that commonality between front setbacks to take place. Not necessarily say for instance, if you have the majority of the homes are 10 feet and the normal code would be 20 feet, we don't want that setback behind the other structures. We'd rather have them in line with the existing that's there. Another portion, that's what that covers there. Going on, the next portion has to do with the principal use table. This was one of those things that as you look at it and as you get different uses in, it turned out that utility uses such as solar energy facilities, utility facilities, major or minor, that's electrical, plumbing, any type of things, were actually not a permitted use in institutional. We're institutional, that's what we end up putting in, is those types of uses on institutional properties. So we updated the table for that to allow that as a permitted use. Kind of makes sense. Another one that came up, this has to do with our business tax receipts. We did not have home occupation as a permitted use in our residential districts, 3 of those. So we're updating that to actually allow a home occupation. This is people that are working from home. It kind of made sense to put that back in. Thing that came up, we do have a lot of recreation uses. We also have a lot of church uses. And to allow for a mulch or a grass parking area for alternative surface parking areas, we did put in some regulations for that. Basically, they still need to be able to park it properly. But if you are going to be putting in either grass parking or mulch parking, we are requiring a drive aisle that's paved because that's the aisle or the location that's getting used the most. This had worked really good in a couple different cities that I had seen and worked with, and it gives them an option to be able to do that instead of paved parking. But it regulates it. We didn't have it regulated before at all. And then last but not least, porches and balconies. With the inaction of this, we now have more regulations regarding balconies than any other city or county in the area. But it is also something that we needed because we aren't dealing with development agreements all the time that have requirements regarding balconies. But this does require at least 50% of a multi-tenant building that's facing a road to have balconies, so we at least have some of that outside area. The other thing that I did work out, and it was during our discussions, we had talked about balconies that protruded and also balconies that were internal to the structure itself. There's quite a few different ways to do these balconies. But what I did look at, and I wanted to point out, is that besides the size of the square footage of a balcony, I did give credit for the square footage if it's internal. If it's external, I did not. And that was just because if you're going with a front setback or a facade that's flush and it goes internal towards the inside of the building, I counted that as towards the inside. You can screen those a lot easier than you can than a balcony that's extruding. And so that way you could actually not necessarily make it under air conditioning, but it is a square footage that's easier to use than an extruding type of balcony. Also regarding the front porch or the porches, that also has a square footage and in size. Second story, third story balconies, there's provisions for that. And then in regards to the construction materials similar to the existing building, I doubt we're going to have anything that's going to be retrofitted for a balcony, but I wanted to make sure that was clarified so that it didn't stick out like a sore thumb compared to the regular structure itself. So for the architectural itself. Outside of that, those are the main things. A little bit quicker than what I usually do, so I hope that hope you like that part.
Questions for Jim? Anybody?
Well, the big glaring one is the PD adjustment, because that's a slippery slope. Because the Live Local Act basically says we lose our ability to really have any opinion if it's mixed-use residential, commercial, or industrial. If we make all PD zoning classifications a true mixed use, it's going to fall into that category for Live Local. Is it not?
Anything that is in conflict with Live Local, that would supersede that,
Right.
no matter what. So
as soon as we put mixed use into the definition for PD, it applies. However, if someone wants to do PD and voluntarily do mixed use of non-residential and residential, there's nothing that would preclude them from doing so.
Correct.
But on a PD classification, right now, it's not innately mixed-use residential. So that provides the authority still at the local level. The Live Local Act would not apply to PD zoned.
If they aren't actually using it, correct.
Well, Cliff, you want to weigh in on?
In terms of what you can and can't do, Live Local, as the Vice Mayor points out, does substantially limit, but it does require it be mixed use. The project has to have mixed use. There's a minimum, I think, of 65%. And I've been asked this question before, if you had a project, well, we want to do 100% of the affordable housing. No, because mixed means mixed. But how much mixed is the key? I don't know what other else you want to know, because there's a lot to know about it.
Yeah. But the point being is that the way that I understand the Live Local Act is it's applicable to zoning districts that are mixed use residential.
And you can't turn down a project because it's affordable housing.
Right.
But a PD zoning classification does not necessarily assume a mixed use residential
That's correct.
classification.
That's correct.
So with that, those points being sound, the point that I'm making here is this is a huge impact if we introduce the requirement for mixed use language into the PD zoning classification, because now that unlocks every PD zoned piece of land within the city. It opens the door for that.
It puts it in a position where someone could claim that Live Local applies. That's right.
Correct. That's huge.
Yeah. Depending on it's huge depending on what you want or what you don't want, because the Tallahassee's telling you what you can't say no to.
Right. And we have plenty of those districts within our city boundaries.
Well, the existing developments that already are built, they're already built. They aren't going to go more than 20, most of them are 15 units per acre. They can't put 25 units per acre unless they add it onto the top. So they aren't going to redo their PD to add more units if it's already built.
There's a PD in question that was talked about during public comment that this would be heavily applicable to, is the point that I'm making. There's a lot of ramifications here of doing this land development code change has huge implications for our city. Huge.
Well, if they're already using the live local and they're required to do the mixed use in the first place, the PD actually allows that anyway.
I know, but the point that the attorney was saying is, again, if we make this change, it opens the door for every PD. We lose any sort of scrutiny or authority. Everything is game, if you will.
I don't follow if we've already got PDs that already are developed.
I'm going to give you an example without naming any names, but certain times PDs have aspects that don't do well. And then they're developed completely out. And then somebody wants to say, well, this didn't do well, but something else might, like affordable housing.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct. So I just think that there's a lot more to contemplate on this particular topic.
Okay.
And I don't disagree that, I think we're in that, I think Tallahassee's going to come back and probably
Change a
adjust
few
it, but
things.
maybe we just pull that back. Can we pull that back, Jim, and just leave that out for now? And
I don't know if there's any reason why we can't from a time perspective.
Yeah, there was no time thing, regarding the
I
crunch on this.
appreciate the mayor's optimism in Tallahassee.
So yeah, we can pull the 3.72 out of it and just take that out of the title. We can take that out of, we can't add anything to the title, but we can take it out. So,
because I think some other cities have got a new term that I don't know, and I'm sure that the state legislature is going to come back and hammer them for a new term for mixed use that supposedly gets them out of the.
Well, that's the critical thing is if you use the traditional definition of mixed use, I'll say it like the courts say it. I don't care what you call it. I care what it is. So what is it? And so, because I was asked this question by another well-known and board-certified city, what did I think about PDs? And I said, well, PDs are not always mixed use, but they can be, and kind of that's the point. So they need to take a look at this from a lot of different perspectives, and it seems to me that the one that they looked at most of is we need more affordable housing, but they didn't look at the one where that makes, the way they've done it, creates a real problem for governments to control not only growth, but the location of growth. So it's a problem. I hope they fix it. I don't know.
the other thing that staff was looking at regarding the PD and being able to do a mixed-use product is that we were getting a lot of people that were coming in, a lot of potential developers that wanted to use the PD as a mechanism to basically avoid code for the other land development codes. Mixed use, if they wanted to go higher, or they wanted to make the units smaller, they'd say, well, let's do a PD and then we can write it whatever way we want. And that's the idea behind a PD is not necessarily to avoid the code, but we were looking at this as a mechanism to require an actual mixed use product.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blessing and a curse, right?
Exactly.
I mean, when we had PUD still on the land development code, PUD was more prescriptive. It talked about how, you shouldn't go below 70 feet wide lots, but if you do, it can't be a certain percentage.
Yeah.
And on developments that I voted against because it violated the spirit of the PUD at the time, the feedback was always, well, PUD and PD is really just to kind of legislate your own land development code anyways on a development by development basis.
Right.
And if that's the case, again, there's nothing that would preclude someone that has a PD zoning classification from coming to the city and saying, hey, I want to do a mixed use product. I want residential. I want non-residential. That wouldn't preclude them from doing so because our PD land development code doesn't say anything. It doesn't restrict that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that nothing precludes them in our current code.
Right.
But then it doesn't open us up to unintended consequences too if we insert that one line item that was
Yeah,
proposed.
yeah, that's what staff would end up looking at, that, seeing how much differentiation from the existing code are they going to go with their PD itself, so, yeah, good points. So we can, like I said, we can pull that
Yeah,
portion
so let's
as
just-
part of the vote.
Unless somebody else, any other,
My only question was in reference to the balconies. I noticed that you identified one set of balconies as being luxury balconies. So what are the other ones called?
Check before.
Normal.
Oh, like from a titling perspective?
I left that term out because there was quite a few different terms, and I didn't want to have to use an actual term. The closest one that I found was a luxury balcony that was big, and that was the only one that I had. I didn't get a term from any research that it called out I guess you could call it a normal balcony.
So then if an apartment complex is not defined as being luxury, then they can build a smaller balcony.
Correct, yeah. A lot of developments that I've seen, like looking at their ads, their websites, they call them luxury apartments because of the type of amenities that they have. So if somebody wanted to really call this a luxury balcony and utilize the code to say, hey, we have luxury balconies, and they're putting up a 5 by 12 foot balconies or something like that, sure, let them. But otherwise, they got to supply at least 50% on the outside area to show that they have balconies. I mean, I could call it.
no, it's fine. Mr. Nessa, anything? Okay. Mr. Velasquez, you good?
I'm good.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Come on down.
This has nothing to do with
So we're
schools.
removing this one, zoning, plan development. Okay.
Through 156 Rolling Hills Lane. Mine's only just a question clarification. I know you talked about square footage for the balcony. I'm old fashioned. If you cannot sit on a balcony, it's not a balcony. I know that's something we were dealing with earlier. I'm assuming this takes care of that?
Unless you can't sit down on 30 square feet. Then it would be a problem.
Okay,
Yoga?
so looking for a motion, I guess, Commissioner Becker, with all the sections other than section.
3.7.2.
Section 5.
Yeah, 3.7.2.
Okay,
Exclude that from
Yes.
approval.
okay,
Move to approve the other.
okay. Got a motion by Commissioner Becker,
Second.
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3022.
Ordinance number 3022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka, Florida, by amending Chapter 18, Building and Building Regulations, Section 18-49, by amending the rejection or correction notices fees, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and setting an effective date.
Jim Hitt's still here. This does have to do with Chapter 18, Section 18-49. One of the things that we were looking at when we were reviewing some of the different fees throughout the code was the rejection and correction notices for basically building inspections. And we were getting some people that were, they were calling us to do an inspection, and they were nowhere near ready. And that was happening multiple times. And so instead of going out there at $30 and $30 and $50 and all that, basically I believe it's the third inspection that you go out to is actually required in accordance with the Florida Building Commission. They adopted this. This is part of the staff report and part of the ordinance. Chapter 120 for the local government is supposed to actually impose a fee 4 times the fee for the initial inspection. So the secondary inspection was supposed to be $50. So basically, when you're going out to do a reinspection fee, it's supposed to be $200. So, and we can't make any other changes until, I believe it's October 2024. So this is one that we were actually supposed to be doing, so this is a correction for that. And it might also preclude people from calling in 4 or 5 times for reinspection fees and actually be ready when we get there the first time.
Now, I know we were doing a lot of these, Michael Rodriguez was doing these under a resolution versus an ordinance. I know this is under an ordinance, but can we at some point flip it, Cliff, to a resolution so we don't have to come back as an ordinance, just to be a one reading?
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason it has to be an ordinance.
Okay.
What the issue is right now is the timing.
That's fine, yeah,
Yeah.
understood.
Yeah, what we could probably do is come next year.
Yeah.
Take these particular sections out and do these as resolution, and that'll slim down the code of ordinances too.
Perfect.
If your code says will be set by resolution, if
Yep.
that change that hasn't been made, you can make that change and then set it by resolution.
Okay, good. Any questions, any other questions for Jim? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3022 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3024.
Ordinance number 3024, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, to extend its territorial and municipal limits to annex pursuant to Florida Statute 171.044, the hereinafter described land situated and being in Orange County, Florida, owned by SNP Properties LLC, located on the southeast corner of Plymouth Sorrento Road and Dalman Drive, comprising 5 acres more or less, providing for directions to the city clerk, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. This is a request to accept the first reading of ordinance number 3024, annexing the SNP properties. The subject properties are located on the southeast corner of Plymouth Sorrento Road and Dalman Drive, approximately 5 acres in size, and contiguous to the city limits on the western and southern boundaries. Assignment of city future land use and zoning designations will occur at a later date and through action by the city council. The DRC recommends approval. The recommended motion is to accept the first reading of ordinance number 3024 and hold it over for second reading and adoption. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions for Jean? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3024 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, Resolution 2023-27.
Resolution 2023-27, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, establishing rate schedules pertaining to the City of Apopka municipal refuse collection services and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Josh Robinson, Public Services, presenting Resolution 2023-27, requesting an increase in the curbside residential collection and disposal and commercial collection and disposal of solid waste to cover increased operating expenses due to increased population, the rising cost of labor, fuel, disposal, and other operating expense. The attachment you have is about 10% increase over last year's. And I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Josh?
Was this already baked into your budget assumptions for this year?
Yes, sir.
For next year?
Yes, sir.
It was predicated on this being approved?
Any other questions, Josh? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve Resolution 2023-27.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Resolution 2023-29.
Resolution 2023-29, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, establishing 2023 rate schedules pertaining to the City of Apopka water use charges and deposits, wastewater use charges and deposits, distributed wastewater treatment system use charges and deposits, and reclaiming water rates and providing for an effective date.
Blanche Sherman, I'm Finance Director. Before you again is Resolution Number 2023-29, establishing the rate increases for services provided by water, wastewater, and reclaim at 6% for water, 13.5% for sewer, and 6% for reclaimed. Again, the publication went out to all residents, just to clear everything up. There is no 25% surcharge for customers outside the city limits. We do have a posting on our website indicating that, and this is factored in the budget. That will be presented in the tentative budget, the 3%, the 6%, 13.5, and the 6%.
So any questions for Blanche, or we have the folks from Tellus here as well? Any questions about?
I just had a question about, similar to the gentleman that spoke during public comment. I also got an email this morning about people that are on septic, that are getting billed for reuse, like it's like a set fee every single month.
But it should be just,
Incorrect billing, or is that some other reason?
I have to look into that, but what I indicated to him is that he probably is getting a water bill and maybe not septic.
And so, walk me through that then. Why would you, so it has a line item that says they're paying a reuse bill.
You saw the bill?
No, they told me they did.
Okay.
So what, I guess explain that to me, why, what is reuse used for if they have septic?
Okay, again, I have to look into that, and maybe Mr. Raftillis can answer it, I'm not sure, I don't know.
Okay, so reclaimed and wastewater, two different. Okay.
But he's saying reuse.
Yeah, that's what they were.
Reuse?
Reuse is reclaimed, right?
Yeah, it's reclaimed. So they can have reclaimed water and be paying reclaimed water rates. Wastewater is different. Wastewater is a
Sewer.
percentage of your water if you have sewer.
Understood, okay.
So.
But the
now-
reuse is the reclaim,
Correct.
not the
Correct.
sewer.
And that's exclusively for irrigation?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. While we're on this kind of topic, one of the things we want to be aware of is right now, so we've got the Orange County piece, let's say it's south of Apopka, it's also north of Apopka, where we have the water and reclaimed water and sewer if they have it, but maybe they don't have sewer, they're on septic tanks. Right now, we're not getting any fees for people that are on septic tanks, but yet they fall under our BMAP. So our BMAP is that the document that DEP will force us to meet certain standards of water quality. So that we have to start taking septic tanks off, like what we're doing in Wekiva Glen. We're taking Wekiva Glen, we're giving them opportunities to go to an on-site system to reduce our nitrogen going into the groundwater. We've got those neighborhoods outside of the city, but in our service area. So we're not getting any property tax, but they're not paying anything toward us ever meeting that BMAP. So at some point, we need to have the county residents that are getting water and reclaimed water, but are on a septic tank that's hurting our BMAP. Somehow they need to step up and help us to solve the BMAP, which we've got 4 5-year cycles. We've got the first 5 years where we'll meet easily because our wastewater treatment plan is second to none. But as you go into the second and the third and the fourth 5-year tranche, it becomes much more difficult for us to reach it we can't reach it just with our wastewater treatment plan. So we have an obligation for the septic tanks like in Wekiva Glen and in the front end of Rock Springs Ridge, as well as some other areas, that we're going to have to start to convert them over either to sewer or to an advanced wastewater treatment system. But in the meantime, we're getting nothing from the county residents to help us meet that 20-year goal. And so it's a dilemma that, we're going to face one day in the next, 15 years where, as it gets more and more stringent, that we've got to try to meet that.
So if those residents are living in unincorporated
Yes,
Orange County
correct.
are on septic, then why are they not a part of the Orange County BMAP, since that's where they're paying the taxes to?
Because of the water and their reclaimed water comes from us.
So because we supply them the water and the reclaimed water, then we're held liable for them, even though they're not inside the city limits.
100%, yes, sir.
And there's no way that we can get.
Responsibility for Northwest Orange County for utility services. So that's why it gets put over here. There was an agreement reached back in the 2000s that we would take the northwest portion of Orange County as the utility service district, and they're in our service district.
Well, we never contemplated that we'd have a BMAP that we'd have to meet.
Right, but I guess my point is, if they're paying taxes to Orange County, then I think Orange County ought to then ante up some funds in order to help to correct the problem.
I couldn't argue any better. Exactly. So, but it's something we need to, at some point, we need to address with Orange County is that, they're getting our services, but they're not helping us to meet that BMAP at some point down the line, because the on-site system is 15.5, which right now we've getting, 75% is paid by DEP and St. John's Water Management, but there's still 25% we've been paying it and for the folks in Wekiva Glen. But at the point, and for instance, I just tell you, the Habitat houses that we just, we were at the ribbon cutting, they had advanced wastewater systems they put in, which should have come through us. It didn't. It's another issue for another day, but they should have come to the city of Apopka because they are in our service area. They're not in Orange counties. Not a big deal, but, it will help because they are at least the advanced. They're not the same as our distributed wastewater system, but they are the advanced.
They have the advanced.
Yes.
So if they're not receiving reclaimed water and only receiving potable water, does that still apply?
Yes. They still don't pay anything. They still come under our BMAP. Yes.
So we need to talk to our county commissioner to see about getting some funding from the county.
To put aside for
that BMAP when that comes. And so we're talking, what, 2-3 years down the road, or is that?
Oh, we've got 10 years probably before it will start to become a problem.
Okay.
But now you're talking, so if at advanced wastewater, at the distributed wastewater, we're at, let's say 80, and one of the things we've done is we try to get that nailed down. DEP now has given us, I think it's 85%? DO, do you remember what? It's 85% credit, I think, for going to the distributed wastewater system like in Wekiva Glen. So we're getting an 85% credit. And so for us, those, if we could switch, even if we could force the folks in Orange County to, as their septic tanks fail, at least, they need to start contributing. And if they fail, they need to go to our system, the on-site system, to get us those additional credits.
Okay. And the on-site systems are 15?
15.5?
15.5.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Okay. So I don't know, does anybody have any questions for the Raftellus folks that are here, we're talking about the issue we had with the billing that went out.
Notice.
So.
Yeah, because to the point of people that were here earlier, we shouldn't diminish the fact that it went out. And people assumed that if they get something from the city of Apopka in an official format, they believe what they see. So I don't think anybody should diminish that people got up in arms or reacted to it, because it's not something that should be taken lightly.
Correct.
Yeah, come on.
Go ahead.
Let Henry first.
Good afternoon. Henry Thomas, Vice President, Raftalis. Well, I'm here today, this afternoon, to speak to this because I want to offer you apologies for the confusion that was caused. The message that was sent was at my urging. I worked with Blanche. She was trying to prepare her notice. I said, let us prepare you a table. I was trying to be helpful, make sure we got it right. And ironically, it had this footnote in there. Now, I just want to give the folks out there information to know you've never had an outside city surcharge in a long, long time. You negotiated with Orange County that won't allow you to have a surcharge. Now, it was not included in our rate, in our revenues, in our analysis. So I basically, and it's I've been doing this for y'all for 20 years and 40 years. I don't like to make these mistakes. This is very painful for me to have to deal with this, but so I agree with you. We confused the public, and but I want you to know it wasn't staff. Blanche is a fairly new employee, and I'm the one that put that document in front of her. So I wanted to let you know that. But when you look at the other fact I wanted you to know, and maybe where some of my staff's confusion came in, is that you're probably in all the years I've done this in Florida, maybe one or two systems that don't have an outside city surcharge. So you're in very rare situation, and that's why that footnote, in my view, ended up on that table, because it's just a kind of a standard note that we have in, all your surrounding communities do have outside city surcharges. So I just want to make it very clear that there is no surcharge, there's no proposal for a surcharge, and that basically what was on that notice was a Scribner error, and it wasn't the city's staff's error, it was mine. So that's what I have for you today to deal with that. I apologize, and it's something that, we hold ourselves to a higher standard than that, so when it happens, it's very painful.
Thank you, Henry. Okay. Leroy?
Yes, with that said, Ms. Blanche, I believe, said that she put it on the city website. Well, with that said, there's a lot of people that only communication they get through the mail. And there's still people confused about that, although it ain't the city responsibility for your mistake. Maybe you ought to try to correct it by sending out some mail to the people that get mail. With that.
It will be on the.
Okay, thank you.
It'll be on the.
Secondly, I'm going to mention a name that nobody knows this name except Commissioner Smith. The patio. You remember the patio?
Yes.
You remember right across the street in the patio, from the patio, is where that gentleman lived. They came up with the sewer question about the septic tank. He don't have reclaimed water. He don't have reclaimed water, but he have city water. And from what you're saying with your B-map, eventually that people that are under corporation, South Apopka, are going to have to kick in to help you with this B-map. But then that struck me as odd that my mother is on septic tank. If you remember when you were running for county commissioner and you came down with all those slick ideas and this and that, and I bought into them. The lie that you told about taking people off septic, putting people on the city sewer, getting them off septic tank to get them on regular sewer. How do that sound with every time annexation or anything come up about South Apopka, you always got to come up with a fire truck, you got to buy this astronomical cost of the city, that these people are going to put a drag on the city, and you have the audacity to sit there and say that the people that's not using sewer in Apopka got to turn around and help the city with their big map. Man, you something else.
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road. I hate to muddy the water, but when the city speaks about its obligations, they also have an obligation, and by Florida statute, to make sure that standing water isn't left standing. On Golden Gem Road, they have a facility which is designed to hold 350 million gallons of water. It's currently half full. There's never water pumped through it because they don't have the pumps set to it just now. It's directly behind my property. It's been full for the last year, and for the last year, we've had nothing but mosquitoes. The fact of the matter is the city isn't treating 150 million gallons of water that sits behind me. So we're going to speak about city obligations and city finances. Let's make sure somebody's paid to treat the water, please. And while we're going to muddy some more water, as far as billing goes, I find it difficult to understand why I received a water bill when I have a well. I find it hard to realize why one city resident had a technician turn up to repair her water when she's in a well. When that resident asked to see the credentials of the person who came to make sure that it wasn't some sort of scam, the city did have a docket, but it was a year and a half out of date.
Sylvester Hall, I'm just trying to get a little history here. With the South Apopka being unincorporated, why did we take on the water issue anyway? Why don't we just let the Orange County supply all their needs? Why did we have to go and take on the issue when it comes to the water? So it's like, if you're gonna own it, own it. If you're not, then get out. Let Orange County handle everything. Why do we have to do the water issue? So that's why I'm looking back at history. Why was this, what happened? Why didn't we, if it's unincorporated, we don't want it, because it's in our charter that we wanted all the people, black people to go in that, cross the tracks, and we didn't want them. So what advantage to us that we say, okay, we'll supply them water now, even though they're in Orange County? So why did we see the need to take on that? That's what I'm confused about. And now we're going back and forth. Well, you should do this, you should do this. If you don't want that area, let Orange County handle it completely. Then now you won't have to keep going back and forth. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public to speak on this one? All right, Blanche, any other questions for her on the rate increases?
What's the impact if we don't?
Excuse me, I couldn't.
What's the impact if we don't?
Again, you know that this is the operating fund. And the planned increase for the study that was provided was like 3.5 to 13.5 and 3.5. So the only difference than what was originally planned is, instead of it being a 3.5 for water and reclaim, is 6%. So again, we're close to a deficit basis for this fund anyway. And we're updating the study as well, because the cost is increasing. So it does have a significant financial impact.
6% the first year and then 3.5% the outlier years? Is that what this document says?
That's what this document says. But again, we're updating the study, just so you know.
So you don't think 3.5 year over year after that is enough?
Based on some of the current trends and some of the other cost factors, no, I do not.
I know, for instance, like water, we're going to have to, in the next, Richard Dio, how many years have we got to go to the lower aquifer on all the wells? You know, is there a timetable? So we've got to go from the middle aquifer down to the lower aquifer, which is not only having to drill a new well, but it's also greater treatment on the water. The water's not as drinkable coming out of the lower aquifer. So
when was the last time we increased these rates?
I think it was October of last year. At the 3.5, I'm sorry, at the 3.5 and was it the 6, whatever the plan was, is indicated there for 23. And then we're now in the 24 year. And we're just changing the plan increase, as I just mentioned, from that 3.5 to 6. But the 13.5 was indeed a plan, and the 6% for the reclaim.
Because the water rates have been on an escalator for several years now.
I think that, I'm gonna let, because again, I don't know the history, so I can't speak to it, but okay, they can share some of that with you.
Right.
But, yeah.
Because ever since the wastewater plant was approved, and this is where facts need to be straight, prior to my time on council is when it was approved. After the post-construction, I thought there was a period of time where there was escalating water rates, I think for a 5-year period originally.
And I think that started, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Thomas, in October 23, right? 22.
Sean's looking it up right now to make sure. But yeah, there was a 5-year rate plan in the previous study that timed out. And then there was a period of time where you did not adjust rates. And then we were engaged to relook at it. And that study was actually completed, and we had a workshop with y'all last fall. So to your concern, Commissioner Nesta, one of the things I would tell you is that in my world right now, these studies I do, in some cases, are almost obsolete before we can get them done. And part of the problem is capital costs. So we did a study for a utility in southeast Florida. They had a pretty rigorous capital plan. We convinced the commission to adopt some pretty significant rate increases, which they were supportive of because the infrastructure needs were there. However, they were going to do a bond issue, and they did a reimbursement resolution so that they could go ahead and start a few projects before they got the bond money. The first several projects that came in on bid were anywhere from 100 to 150% higher than their engineering estimates. And that and the impact of the inflation on labor costs and such is really making it hard for us to plan for the future, because right now, when I look at a capital cost schedule, I'm not sure what to think's going to happen. I'm hoping it abates and things come back to more normal. But right now, things are very up in the air in terms of what it costs. Client in right here up the road in Sanford, they put out a bid for a lift station, and it came in double of what they anticipated. And the other thing that's happening is we've got clients that are putting out bids, and the vendors aren't bidding on them. They're too busy right now. So it's getting, and the other thing is lead times for equipment have doubled and tripled. So it's a really tough time right now. And I would venture to say that even though this rate study you're adopting today is pretty current, the times have changed quite a bit since last fall, unfortunately. So we're going to take another quick look at it to make sure you do have the revenues you need.
And Henry, just of your clients that you have in Florida, what have you seen as the average increase across those 3 lines?
Well, in the best of circumstances, we're able to keep it somewhat close to inflation, but the utilities that used to be at 2 to 3% a year are now at 5 to 6%. I've worked with the city of Titusville for 20 years. Every year it's 2 to 3%. This year it's 6%. So again, there's a lot more pressure at the moment, and a lot of it is our outlook. Because we don't plan these, we have to plan ahead. So we have to make some assumptions about future cost. And that's where it's getting difficult to make sure that you've covered yourself. The only real strategy that works for sure is if you are so conservative that you set them higher than they need to be, with the idea that, well, the money stays in the fund. It isn't going to go anywhere and get used for something else. But otherwise, you're subject to, and again, with these financings, if you've got projects that you said were essential and you need to finance, and now you can only do 60% of them, that's a tough thing to swallow. So we're going to be looking at the capital funding for the water system. I think, the wastewater system with the 13.5% increases are probably in a little better shape than what water's looking like right now. Sean, did you have a chance to find that rate history? Could you speak to it?
From what I have on file, there was a rate increase previously for.
Name.
Sorry. Sean Ocasio, Raftalis Financial Consultants. I'm a manager there. So with respect to prior rate increases, there was one done for the 23 recommendation that we had, and this would be the 24. That would be the one that's being proposed, with the differentiation being going from 3.5% on water and reclaim to 6%.
So we implemented 13.5 and 3.
3.5
wastewater last year.
on the first one, yeah.
Yeah, 3.5, sorry. 13.5 and 3.5 last year.
But all this,
One other piece I might remind you of, when we did the workshop, the 13.5 sewer is the overall revenue impact. But if you recall, when we did one-on-ones and workshops, I pointed out to you that your commercial customers comparatively were paying a lot less than other communities because you had no base charge in the commercial rates. It had a base charge, but it was the same whether you were a small customer or whether you had a lot of capacity need. And so the overall non-commercial rates are going to go up only about 8.5%. The commercial rates are going to go up, what was the number, Sean, for the overall commercial impact? Yeah, well, but the overall impact, wasn't it like about 16% or something like that? So the commercial, in an effort to make the rates fair within your community, the commercial's taken a little more of that 13.5% than residential. And we showed you a number of instances with surrounding communities where in almost every case we did, I forget how many, we did like a dozen examples, and every time your commercial wastewater rates were the very lowest, but all your other rates were in the middle of the pack or above. So we felt like, and we looked at your rate structure and said, well, the lack of the base charge is what's causing this. When we implemented a base charge, we created a lot more equity within your rate structure. And so it will help. Residential customers will not see a 13.5% increase in their sewer bills. So that's kind of the last thing I think is real important. But
Great. Thank you,
any
Henry.
other
Appreciate
questions,
it.
I'll try.
Thank you. Okay, Blanche, anything else for Blanche? If not,
No, I just, I think I've gotten multiple calls and emails just about this directly affects people from the day-to-day. This affects their income, this affects the food on their table, so it's definitely not something we can take lightly, and it's unfortunate we have to take such big leaps to get this to where it needs to be, because with inflation, it's definitely hitting people very hard day-to-day. So it's tough.
agreed. Okay.
and do an elevator pitch for me for when a resident comes and says, why'd you take that action? Because capacity-wise, we're okay, right? From a wastewater perspective. Capacity, we're good for some time. The increase is going to what?
Operating costs and future capital needs that are constantly increasing, similar to probably what Josh mentioned in regards to sanitation. Your salaries and wages are going up. If you want to proceed with some of those capital projects, the cost of those projects are going up. How we fund those projects are critical as well. Mr. Henry. So you got.
I just had something I could add to your comments. No problem. So one of the things that's going on with wastewater is that prior study we did was done concurrent with the plan to expand the plant. And now I'm going from memory, but I think the original number we had in there was like 35 million. And when the project was said and done, it was like 56 million. So that original 5-year rate increase for wastewater was clearly not enough. But because the overall enterprise was doing okay, the rate stayed in place for that 5-year period. Now, at the end, every time we do one of these studies, we try to determine what each system should pay to stand alone. So wastewater customers pay wastewater costs, water customers pay water costs. And so it was really, in my view anyway, yeah, operations were inflating, but it was also the catch-up of the wastewater rates to the costs over the prior 5 years. We didn't quite keep pace with that last rate path because that plant came in so much more expensive than we had anticipated.
And then during budget workshops, obviously I asked the question around lift stations and such, but it doesn't sound like we have proper funding to get lift stations on an adequate maintenance schedule. Would this increase goes to that endeavor?
Yes.
Correct?
And right now you've got a capital plan. Like I said, it may be a little out of date, but one of the first things we do when we build these rate plans, we look at your operating budget. We try to be reasonable if you've got like a high vacancy rate and control for things like that. But the main driver is capital. And so the question right now is we're concerned that given the cash flow we're seeing, it's not going to be adequate to do those kinds of things. On the wastewater side, yes, we do have lift stations built into the CIP and we can provide that to you.
Right. What I'm ultimately getting at is I need assurances that this is more of a capital play than an OpEx play. Because us to be able to defend that to residents, to your point, Commissioner Nesta, that are sensitive, rate sensitive, to say that it's transferring from one person to another person is a much taller sell than saying, hey, the money that you're putting into this system is to make sure that your lift stations don't fail. Capital assets aren't failing across the system. And so if we're talking the majority of this fund is going to capital needs, I can get behind that. But if we're saying that a lot of this increase is to go and fund a 6% merit increase across the board or things like that, that's where it's a tough sell to the residents of Apopka.
Understood. And you know, the study has all that laid out very transparently as to what we assume. But I would say that the operating expense projections over the next 5 years for wastewater are probably more in the 5 to 6% range, if that even, whereas the capital is the driver. If we looked where the dollars from the rates are going, the increase is moving to the capital side.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Sean. All right. With that, for a motion to approve Resolution 2023-29.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
And second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, city council reports. Commissioner Velasquez, you want to start us out?
Sure. Let me just, we had, one moment. So I wrote everything out today. Oh, here it is. Okay, we had a nice break in between the last council and this one. So that was good. I mean, I looked at my calendar to see what were some of the things we did that we kind of promoted the city. So on Wednesday, on August 23rd, we did the installation of the fire department plaque over at the 9/11 Memorial, which added the names of our fallen firefighters, which was Armando Borjas and Austin Duran. And then on Tuesday, Harmon Road, that was when we had the groundbreaking over at the fire station number 6, which was across the Advent Health Hospital. And then, of course, on Wednesday, the City Hall was closed when we were anticipating Hurricane Idalia. And then on Thursday, which was August 31st, we had the We all went to that with the Chamber of Apopka, where we had the ribbon cutting of the new coffee shop over at the shopping center by Beef O'Brady's in the back room. And what was the name of? Calypso. And then in the afternoon, we had the kickoff over at the Randall Academy together with OCPS. That's Melissa Bird and Reimagine Ms. Shantae Jemison, and that was for the 1 million. Our goal was for 1 million reading minutes. And then, of course, I did get, which I always do enjoy getting these at home, which is the Apopka newsletter, because it kind of brings us up to date of everything that's going on. So we have the 9/11 memorial service that's coming up on Monday, September 11th at 8:30. And then we have the third annual 9/11 Memorial Run that will take place on September 23rd. So that's pretty much it. We had a nice break in between that allowed many of us to kind of, take a little vacation. And I enjoyed that. I got to do something I hadn't done in a few months, and that was to go down to South Apopka and spend some time with my grandchildren and celebrate a birthday down there with my granddaughter. So I enjoyed that. And with that, I'll yield.
Mr. Becker?
Yeah, so first, and it was brought up during public comment, in fact, the meeting minutes, I thought we agreed the last council meeting that it was going to be part of the public agenda for the charter review discussion so that people from the public would be able to put their opinions in. And it was approved in the minutes, it just wasn't on the agenda. So, again, where do we stand on that? Because first off, how many times have you done charter reviews? What's your experience there? Because I feel like that was unfair.
Many, including being the last general counsel for Orange County.
So at this stage, since it wasn't put on the agenda, I'm assuming that was done on purpose, are we just looking for general consensus up here? Again, I'm not married to the idea that this has to be done in 2 hours and over 2 meetings and things like that. But let's all agree on what the right path to proper discussion is, and let's set a course.
Well, I thought that was the point of having it on the agenda, that we can hear public comment, some public input, things like that, and then make a decision moving forward from there. That was my understanding of what we were going to be doing on this meeting. So, I'm lost at where we go from here.
Was it an oversight, or you just didn't
I just thought it was going to be
intentionally
under the attorney's report. I thought you were going to talk about the.
I'll do whatever. Here, I have provided, and maybe we just need to discuss it, and I can wait to my report, or we can do it now. But the bottom line is, there are methods. One method was talked about from the podium. I've explained, but happy to explain again why I don't think it's the best method, and I can use examples from that very commission she's talking about why. But the point is, it's not my charter review, and I've done all manner of them, including the one she mentioned. And so at the end of the day, it's what you all want. And I just need to know which way to go, because the first thing is, however you do it, if you do it with citizens or you do it yourselves or some combination, we got to then target, okay, when do you want it on the ballot? And then work back from that date. Because as I said, if you want it on for the March election, December 12th is a hard deadline. That means the review has to be completed, the ordinance has to be drafted, the report has to be written, and you all have to send it through 2 meetings to get it on the ballot. So that's really a fast one. But if you're looking at next year or, the next cycle, that's a different situation. We have a longer window. It shouldn't take as long as, for example, she mentioned 18 months or even 3 months. But that's up to you guys. You can take as long with it as you want. As you know, it's not a long charter.
Correct. I would renew that. Let's get it scheduled.
Okay, well, let's put, do you want to have the attorney do it, or who do you want to?
Well, I mean, the reason why we stopped or truncated the conversation last meeting was you wanted to put it on the public agenda so that we could hear public comment. And so that was what truncated our conversation before. I'm still uncertain about the will of my colleagues. Whether or not, the first decision to make is, whether or not we feel it's appropriate to do a council-led charter review. That's our first hurdle. The second hurdle is then coming up with a timeline. I get it. People view it as politically motivated, and if I have to say, okay, we don't need it for a March election, hopefully that can de-escalate the I can't even say it. You know what I mean?
Politicization, yes.
That aspect of it. So I guess the first question is, what form? Secondarily, let's set a tentative schedule.
I like the concept of it being a combination of us plus members from the public that serves on the charter review.
So, because that was one of the things that was brought up before, this concept that you're lacking public input if you do the council-led form of it, because that doesn't preclude that. It basically says we're leading it almost from a facilitation moderation perspective. To say, we're going to keep
Right.
on track and we're closest to it, obviously, from the positions that we serve. And then public comment would be
Sure.
available.
Let me
for people to express their
explain the situation, and I can use literally the example that is occurring right now, because I just did the ordinance for Eatonville after, a couple, 3 months long review, and they had initially decided, as you all had heard me discuss, to do a council-led review, which always includes public period, always invites the public to comment on whatever sections are on the agenda, provide their own input regarding check sections or things they think should be added or changed. So that never goes away. It's like we have an extended public period today about all kinds of things that were not on the agenda, only on a charter review that's based on, Articles 1 through 3 or whatever happens to be on that night, and they can explain or whatever they want to do. So that, it doesn't get rid of the citizen participation. But to the point, in that process, which you should expect, and you heard some of it tonight, they got pushback from citizenry who said, we should be involved and this should be a citizen-led deal. And I explained, as I explained to you, that when that happens, things get out of control in a hurry. So they decided, notwithstanding that, they were already done with all the articles of the charter, but they decided to create a citizen advisory board to go through the charter, and they did. I met with them all. We had the same 3 or 4 meetings. We had a parking lot for issues they couldn't decide, and at the end, they only agreed on one issue that they wanted on the ballot in addition to the ones that had already been decided on by council. That issue was term limits. On the meeting Tuesday night, they decided they weren't going to put that on the ballot. So the one thing the citizens asked for after the multi-week review that they led through the Citizens Advisory Board, the council said, yeah, no. So to avoid that situation, which comes up frequently because I've seen it more than once, you might want to rethink whether that's a good idea, because you've created your own political problem. But that's the point. I don't care.
So let me say this, just so that we don't continue the conversation down all these different avenues. Can we just take a formal motion to have this as a official agenda item on the next city council meeting for the form and timeline for that?
Do you want to have it under his report or as an item?
I want it
As an action item.
As a
but I mean-
listed, enumerated item for public hearing or business item.
Okay.
Right.
And Cliff to be the,
I can present it.
he can present, it. Okay.
And again, I'm telling you based on what I think is the easiest, most efficient way to get there. But at the end of the day, I'm okay with any way you want to do it.
And to confirm, this is just to figure out what form we're going to move forward. It's not deciding what articles were changed or anything. 'Cause
Once
there
you
was
know
some
what
confusion
form, then we
before.
just set a schedule and we go forward. And
Okay.
if we're picking
That was my
citizens,
understanding as well.
pick, the whole thing. No problem.
So if that's your motion, I want to second that very formally, that we have that on the next agenda.
Got a motion by Commissioner Becker, second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Great.
Okay.
Then the next one, I'm not going to belabor this point because we've talked about it too much already, but I do want to set the record straight, because in this seat, similar to the meeting on August 2nd, I take full ownership for all of my actions, for all of my words that I've ever said in this seat, both during the city council meeting and immediately thereafter within council chambers. There was a quote by the mayor's campaign manager and the Apopka chief this past Friday, with a quote associated to me that I did not say. And I will set the record straight here because I don't know, all the people that read the Apopka Chief last Friday is under the assumption that I made a quote that I did not make. After the meeting on August 2nd, there was news media that were interviewing the mayor at the time. He made a comment. I disagree with the comment. We won't argue the points of that comment. But the reporter that was interviewing the mayor at the time was a Channel 13 reporter by the name of Maria Serrano, tapped her on the shoulder, just said, hey, make sure that you fact check what he's saying. That's it. Never called the mayor a liar, never implied or said the things that were mentioned within that quote that was in the Apopka Chief last Friday. In addition, there's been other news outlets that, I didn't realize it was a commonality in terms of the person who sent us those text messages, but, it is what it is. But there's this idea that, because we're getting into some contentious conversations during the city council reports that this council is not doing the business of the city. I would argue that we've spent the last, 5 hours doing the business of the city. And I'm taking up about a 10-minute piece of time to make sure, because there's plenty of time to do the right thing. And I don't think the business of the city is being sacrificed at all if what we're doing up here is what we feel is right. Another concern that I did have, obviously we got to the point where the city administrator candidate was being brought forth for interviews with different commissioners. I find it very concerning, the manner by which he was told that he was not going to be honored with the offer that he had already accepted. Hopefully that hasn't put us at risk, because we've got employment law to consider, but I just thought that was kind of not a Apopka way to deal with that. In terms of open positions, Economic Development Director, and I see that it's not posted any longer. Where do we stand with that?
When it came to my report, I was going to have Joe get up and give a.
He's right there.
Since you brought it up, I'll have him come on.
So we did post that again, and it did close, so we have interviews scheduled for tomorrow, actually.
Okay. Do you have a large pool of candidates?
We had 23 that applied, and we're interviewing 4.
Okay.
And who's on
the?
Oh, it's, who's on first? No. It's Blanche, Sherman, Bobby from Community Development, myself, and Chief McKinley.
Are you saying Bobby Howell?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Bobby
Yeah.
Howell.
Yes.
Blanche. Yourself, Patton. And I'm sorry, who was the fourth person? Chief McKinley.
Chief McKinley.
Got it. Then I think I'll do it in order of my list. Sorry, I'm good there.
No problem.
But it was brought up again, the Rock Springs Ridge issue. There's just information going around, HOA meetings that are happening, things like that. I always want to reiterate the actions of the council at this point in the process. Because there's this idea that there was some social media chatter going around with, talk to your commissioner and tell them to approve this and this, that, and the other. We're nowhere close to that stage. And really the residents have to realize that until such time that perpetual conservation easement is lifted, I really think it's a waste of time for the council to even be considering or being considered by residents of Rock Springs Ridge in terms of, we have some sort of action to be taking at this point in time. So I just want to set the record straight there. All of the activity that's happening currently to what Mr. McSweeney was talking about and other people on the HOA board is between private entities at this point. So from a governmental perspective, from what we would play as city council, it's nowhere on the short-term horizon, in my opinion. I think there was also the information that I was talking about before where, the governor has preempted all, home rule powers vested in local city councils, and I don't think that's the case. That piece of land is a PD, and the conversation that we were talking about before, if we would have taken that action earlier, that would have hamstrung us a bit as it relates to live local. But as it stands right now, it's not a mixed residential use, it's a PD. But again, I just think that really the tipping point is going to be whether or not the FWC lifts the perpetual conservation easement, which is outside of our hands. So I just wanted to set the record straight there. On the annexation front, because again, I don't think it's this conversation is going to end until we come to some sort of finality. And again, I just renew this idea that we've got to come up with some way to survey the population that might be impacted by this. And again, we always kind of gravitate towards it being just the portions of South Apopka and unincorporated Orange County. If we surveyed the population, it could be a lot of other areas within the county that aren't within the city limits, but directly abut it on our kind of jagged edges, if you will. And there's ways that we can do it. I mean, obviously, if we mailed out surveys with unique QR codes that people can't it goes to one household and they provide their responses, or for people that aren't online, they can drop them off at a secure box here at City Hall or some manner. But the times that we've had the workshops on this topic, it devolves into an immediate kind of dollars and cents conversation versus surveying the residents in Orange County to say, do you have pain points today? What are they? Does moving to the city address those pain points? And let us make a more rich idea of how do we tell them the value proposition. Because right now we try and go, the 2 or 3 workshops that we've had on it, it's just met with butting heads versus we don't come at it with any sort of real consistent empirical data.
Well, do you want to just come up with a list of questions for next meeting to put on that? And we hammer out one at the next meeting? Because
what's going to, and this is my opinion, right? It's play out. Absent us doing any survey, and if we just went and said, as a council right now, and we took a vote of doing an annexation by ordinance majority vote, if we did that and it passed and it gets onto a ballot at some point, what is your all's feel of whether or not that would pass or not right now? Because my feeling is, based off of the interactions that we've had thus far, is it's a 50-50 toss. I would actually err on the side of failure. And the reason why I think that is that these conversations, again, go to the dollars and cents before we talk about value proposition. And I know that people have their opinions about doing that or not. I mean, we've heard it here in council chambers. I get it. But I think that would make a better opportunity for us to really understand, if this thing is worth exploring and getting on the ballot to make sure that it passes.
If we want to put together a questionnaire and everybody has input on questions, what I would say is let's all come with some questions for the next council meeting.
And I say that because I know that Commissioner Nessa before, you were kind of balking at the idea of survey, and I get it.
And I feel the same. I was just about to, not rebut, but just provide a different outlook of it, is that I don't think the survey is the right route. I think it's having somebody that's an independent third party come in and meet community members where they're at. Have a set schedule and well documented and funded to market correctly of when they're going to be at what place to take in and have a conversation, not cost-based, but just community-based. What does your community need? Just not even if you're going to annex. Where's some great things that you love about community? Where's some improvements? Does annexation fix those improvements? Does it take away some of the good things? So we can do the survey. I think it's a shortcut to what really needs to be done. It's a deep dive into the community of the pros and the cons, all of it.
Where I go with the survey aspect of it is because if you mail something to a property, that they've received that in theory, right? Versus advertising a meeting someplace and hoping that someone sees it and they come.
Well, I'm saying still mail out, here's our set schedule.
Yeah. So maybe we're saying the same thing. So you send that with the opportunity to return it either physically or in digital form, but at the same time also hosting another workshop that explores specifically that piece. Not let me talk about budget and barf a whole bunch of budget numbers on you. It's more about what are your pain points, what's the value proposition of city versus county.
Well, so I don't think we should be involved in that process at all. I think it should be an independent third party that goes into the community so that it's not political thing. It goes in. I'm all about the survey. That if we want to do it, no problem. It's just we've all talked to individuals throughout this whole process, and some people think that it's a land grab, that we are trying to steal land that we can then foreclose on, and then I can sell it and build a multifamily property on it. So like that's a literal concern that a resident had. That's not possible, but it's what they're concerned. So it's breaking down that stigma, and I don't want to be. We don't need to be the salespeople of this. I don't think it should be us. Is where I guess we differ on that.
Mr. Smith? No, I mean, I'm just on this issue. No, I'm just.
Oh, okay. On that particular issue, there are companies that's their line of duty is to doing workshops for these types of things to do the study. And so I just think we just need to appropriate the money, have a company come in and do a study, and then accept whatever the report is and move forward. We keep talking about we're going to devise the questions. We don't know what questions to ask and how to go about conducting it. But there are companies that's their primary duty, that's their responsibility, their job. Just appropriate the dollars and let them come in and let them do the study.
Hey, I'm all supportive of that. I mean, what I want is just the outcome. You know, we've gone down a path where the idea of annexation has been discussed. I think we need to get to a place where we make a decision point on it and make the best decision possible. So I completely agree.
A decision just to put it on the ballot or not to put it on the ballot, or support it or not?
Because again, putting it on the ballot, if you have a coin flip in terms of whether or not it's going to pass or not, okay, you should assume it's not going to pass. Right. You need to understand whether it's going to, and this comes out the wrong way, but not a waste of time, but it's the best use of time to make sure that if we put it on the ballot, we're all equipped as a council to say, here are the value points of the value proposition of doing that, something like that. And we're able to articulate that to the voters that are going to vote on this.
One thing it points to, again, we represent the residents.
Right.
Putting it on the ballot means that the residents have articulated very clearly that they want this. And we're not there, to your point, so.
But can that proposal be brought back that Commissioner Smith has recommended?
Sure, I think we had somebody that came in that, somebody that had a pretty good handle on maybe an outside third party that might could do what we're asking. Let me see if I can remember where I met with them, but, I mean, if you've got suggestions on a third party, have at it. I mean, problem is if it's, hopefully it's under 50,000, because then we're now running into the RFP problem.
Yeah.
So, I'll dig into it. I'll have this guy, who was I meeting with that brought her in? I'll find it and I'll bring it forward the next meeting for sure. Okay, survey, okay, company, okay.
And I would err on the side of making the kind of scope area a little bit wider than what we've been talking about. Because again, it just affords an opportunity to clean up edges all around.
For instance, our service area, our public service area, I mean, which is, down my neck of, down Thompson Road, where we're supplying the water and the reclaimed water, and not getting taxes to help pay for, the conversion to, sewer,
Right.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, I would just hope that we can have some sort of path forward there.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, Commissioner Smith?
That was going to be my only question in reference to the annexation as well. So I think we're going in the right direction. And the other item that was mentioned at our last commissioner meeting in reference to Columbus Day. What we go about renaming it to Indigenous Day instead of Columbus Day. And so we mentioned it at the last meeting, but we didn't make a decision as to what our opinions were one way or the other. And so I think that warrants some discussion.
leaving it like it is, but I'm not, no.
Commissioner Smith, you had said you were going to talk to different municipalities or something about it already, or am I mistaken?
I talked to a couple of municipalities that have already considered the idea, but I reached out to a couple of nonprofit organizations here in the city to see what their viewpoints were. And they're kind of one way, they're not sure.
Interesting.
Apopka's roots are in Native American. The Native Americans settled on the shores of Lake Apopka. I mean, so I get it. It's not a federal holiday by name. If you're trying to sync up federal, our holiday naming conventions to federal, okay, I get it. But at the same time, I can see the value of honoring that too. So, I mean, I would be for it. I don't see why there's any, people can celebrate how they want to celebrate, but
That's it. I mean, Apopka was founded by indigenous.
Apopka.
Apopka. I mean, everything about Apopka started with indigenous. And it's something that at this level, local level, it can be changed and celebrated. I don't see a problem. We would at least recognize, because I mean, we go to the Apopka Museum and everything about our history here is started with indigenous Native Americans. So, and we've never really recognized it and kind of celebrated that and honored them. So if it's something for us locally, I don't see a problem with that.
Mr. Nesta?
No, I completely agree. I mean, that's why I brought it up last meeting. There's a lot of historical context to how we got from Columbus Day and why I think it's a little more appropriate that it's an Indigenous Peoples Day. So, yeah, I think we should definitely do it. I don't know if it needs to be a noticed thing or something we can just make happen tonight.
Cliff? Changing the name, I mean, or
There's no reason that you can't do it tonight. The reason you might want to do it a different night for public considerations is because it wasn't on the agenda. But you can always, I mean, the irony of sunshine law is while it requires meetings to be publicly noticed in minutes and kept and all of that stuff, it doesn't even require you to have an agenda. So legally, you can proceed. Whether it's you should or not is up to you.
So it would be best to have it publicly noticed so
Well,
that we would get input?
I don't know if there's two sides to this issue or not, but I imagine there might be. And so, given that that's a circumstance, you might want to consider whether it should be on a publicly noticed agenda. But you don't have to.
let's do it. We'll put it on the agenda for
Yeah.
this. Okay.
I always feel like something, I'm big on
Public input.
All right.
public input. It's very important to have.
So we're going to put it on the
public
agenda as a
Yes.
business
Yep.
action item.
Yep,
All right.
okay. Anything else, Commissioner Smith?
That's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Nesta?
So I'm going to jump around a lot on this. I'm going to be giving a copy of a text that I received the day after I advocated for just an across-the-board fiscal review from a local banker. So the city clerk will be entering that into the minutes to make sure that she has that. And it's an additional threat that whether or not you feel it's a threat, I do. It's been escalated to other entities as well to make sure that this is looked into. And it's not acceptable that anybody receives threats, let alone elected officials. So I'll be providing that to the city clerk. Camp Weewa, I guess we're doing a workshop that we never discussed, so I'd like to discuss that now. It's supposed to be, I guess, October 4th, but it's supposed to be, I guess, at 10 a.m., which I don't think is appropriate. It needs to be when residents can actually be there. So afternoons, evenings, maybe a weekend, when families, individuals, residents can provide full feedback of what this camp truly can be. I don't know what the rest of the council feels, but 10 a.m. on a Wednesday does not provide the most feedback we can get.
Council's wishes.
Hey, Bradley, what if we did it on a Saturday and kind of did a kind of another, that'd be a part of, or introducing.
Kind of like an open house?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can look at some Saturdays in October at our availability, and
I think that makes
we
a
can
lot of
send an email
sense.
out. And
Yeah, and again, it's for the whole
Make it
council to
consensus.
approve, but I think that makes a lot more
So we'll
sense.
Come back with a date.
Yeah, I'll provide Chuck
Okay.
some of the dates that are available in October, and then he can get that scheduled.
Thank you.
Yep.
Attorney Shepard, you provided us a real estate opinion.
Commissioner, do you have a preferred time that the commission would like to have it?
Yeah, when it's not hot. If we're going to be going around the,
Well, you don't want to be too early, but.
no, but yeah, I think that's perfect. 9, 10, yeah, we're in there. Great.
Well, I can tell you the only Saturday I can do it in October is the 14th.
This is what?
14th.
14th.
Well, if we're going to change something for one commission, let's make sure we're all here for that. The 14th works for me.
Yeah, well, I do have to give the dog the pills, so I'm good.
The 14th. Can't
Okay.
we, well,
Yep, 9 o'clock, 14th, okay. Got it.
show up.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, there's a problem?
I need to confirm the schedule, just
Okay, so keep, yep. Archie, anything else?
Yeah, and I'm sure we were all going to kind of have this on our list. Attorney Shepard, if you can just go over that real estate opinion that you offered, just to explain it to not only us, but the residents and kind of understand how we move from here.
Sure. So I was asked by Commissioner Nesta in a similar question, but related to a specific piece of property by the mayor, how the city can go about disposing of, bad term, but essentially selling property that belongs to the city. In doing so, we checked the charter, we checked your code, we checked state statutes to make sure that there's nothing that we weren't already aware of. And this body has heard me say before, when asked this question publicly, is the property in the CRA or is it not in the CRA? Because that makes a huge difference, as the memo will point out. So let's start with property that's outside the CRA. If it's outside the CRA, then it is subject to whatever rules that there are in your own codes and charter, and there are none. Neither does your purchasing policy, which really this is not a purchase, so it makes sense, deal with the sale of real estate. Past practice would tell you, and so would cases looking at practices other places, that when you're outside of a CRA, you need to look at things like fair market value, whether the property is being sold for a public purpose, and things of that nature, which are spelled out in the memo. Basically, it's in the best interest of the city, but it's also in the best interest of the city to receive the value of that property. In terms of who does that or who controls that process, it is council-led. There's no one person, for example, because we're a strong mayor, that can initiate that process by his or herself. It would be an agenda item with an explanation. Typically, we don't have a policy, and it's one of the things we recommend in the memo is that you may want to come up with a policy. You would get appraisals on the property for what it's worth and see that the offered sales price, if someone's offering to buy it, met those expectations and whatnot. Are there reasons why you might consider less? Yes, but those are most relevant when we get to property that's in the CRA. So when you
And sorry to interrupt, just to confirm, both in sale and in leasing the properties, all of these apply?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's all about that for property that's outside of the CRA, so it doesn't have the kind of special exception that applies in the CRA. You're supposed to be getting essentially bang for your buck based on fair market value of the property, whether that's a lease value or a sale value, or any of those things. And it prevents in theory, it prevents inside dealing or special deals or that sort of stuff. Within a CRA, it's different. CRAs, as you know, community redevelopment agencies, are basically created to spur redevelopment in the designated area. And the legislature has given us a number of tools to do that with. One of those that is mentioned in the memo is the idea of disposing of the property for fair value as opposed to fair market value. And the difference is tremendous because if the council determines that a specific piece of property can be sold or leased on a long-term basis in a way that benefits the overall redevelopment of that specific area of the city in the way that the plan envisions, and that's the way that's most beneficial to achieve those goals, then the city has a lot of leeway of determining what is fair, including offering property for things like, which sound crazy until you understand the details, $1 a year for a long-term lease, or maybe selling the property for $10, or even donating the property in exchange for a certain kind of development. So why is that true? Well, it's true in a CRA because, again, the idea is that if the city controls property and wants to see a certain type of redevelopment, be it affordable housing, be it retail shopping, be it whatever the case may be that your plan is looking to do, then that you might be able to attract a developer that wouldn't otherwise come here to do the project because it will save its costs on the front end by being provided the property at a reduced price or no price, and in return give you back a development that it might not otherwise do because there's not a profitability factor there. And that's where the fair value comes in, and you're tasked with the purpose of determining whether that piece of property and the offer or offers that are being made on it achieves that idea of the goals of the redevelopment plan and is getting the city something back which is fair in return. Now, the key, though, in addition to all of that, is any property that the city owns in the redevelopment area to dispose of it, and that's the term they use in the statute. That includes rental, lease, or sale. You have to do a notice under 163.380, a minimum of 30 days. So you can't target and say, we only want to deal with this particular developer or that particular developer. We open it up in a notice that describes what it is we're looking for. Are we looking for a park? Are we looking for a sort of a breezeway mall kind of operation with shopping? Are we looking for housing? What are we looking for? We put that in the notice and we say the city is looking through its CRA, is looking to dispose of this piece of property, and we will consider anything from a way below market sale to a donation if the project meets our expectations and is chosen. Then you give them time to respond to the request, again, minimum of 30 days, and then you bring the projects before you, see the presentations or whatever you get, and then you make a decision. And that decision can be, we don't like any of these. You don't have to sell it just because you advertised it. So that's how that works. In reality, the way it works in some cases is the notice is so specific in terms of what it describes, it actually is tailor-made to fit a specific developer. So even though the rules that require you to provide the notice to the open market, the notice can dictate how many people will respond based on what you say the criterion are. So there are ways to work within the rules and still get a specific developer or development if that's what you were leaning to do. And the statute doesn't have any issues with all of that. That's because you can put the notice, as long as it's there for the right amount of time, you can put whatever specs in the notice that you wish to put there. So that's how it works. And again, that fair market concept versus fair market value, or fair concept versus fair market value, it's a huge difference, and it's a huge tool designed specifically to spur redevelopment.
Makes sense. Thank you.
One question. When that comes up, does the council sit as a CRA board, or do they sit as we sit now?
Both.
Okay.
And you do separate meetings. You do the meeting separately, but one right after the other.
All right, let's see here. Chuck, you got anything? Cliff, anything?
Yes, the announcement that there will be the negotiation shade meeting that was supposed to happen today is going to be scheduled for September 20th. It is a pure exemption from the Sunshine Law. You don't have a court reporter, you don't have a transcript, you don't have any of that stuff. It'll be led by Attorney Jeff Mandel, and it is to get guidance from you guys for him to engage in negotiations on your behalf with regard to the labor contract that's coming up. So that is on the September 20th date. Other than that, I have nothing to add to the meeting tonight.
All right, okay, last up, got quite a couple of things here. The ribbon cutting for Harmon Road Extension was held on August 29th. Great turnout from CFX, Advent, and City, I think all the commissioners. I wasn't.
No, just me.
Okay, all right.
Oh, no, I think, no, Commissioner Smith
yeah.
was there.
Anyway, great to see, what a partnership that we were able to create. Along with Commissioner Nesta is talking about surplus property. We've got a property at 207 East 8th Street. I'd like to look at maybe surplusing that property to cross the street from the Loaves and Fishes as maybe an alternative or maybe a location for the Apopka Resource Center. Also, I've had some inquiries again. I don't know if we ever just talked about it, but that's the big warehouse on Lush Road, which the graffiti on, the folks from City Serve have come back and want to take another crack at that property as some kind of a yearly $1 a year lease that obviously would take care of the graffiti, and they'd have to put walls on it because it would be for their storage they've moved out of the Shake the Nations was their location for all their furniture. Now they're looking for another location, a bigger location. So if that's something we want to either one of those, we okay. Obviously, the property on 8th Street would be in the CRA, so that would take the 30 days plus the CRA and the city council to approve.
What was the other one?
The Lush Road, that'd be a lease. That's the big cooler, the old Lust and Long cooler.
I mean, the liability issue is what's concerning me of the Lust Road property. Because if it's a lease, we're liable as the owner of the property. So I know that they said that they've come down on their cost estimate to retrofit and bring the building up to code, but, ultimately it's going to be up to us to decide whether or not it's sufficient or not. I mean,
Cliff, can you do a triple net with a triple net lease, even if it's $1? Would that relieve us from responsibilities, liabilities for?
Well, sorry, I keep forgetting. There's a lot of ways to attempt to relieve yourself of liability, but ownership creates liability regardless. So the ways you would create or attempt to get it is by having them indemnify you and hold you harmless for any and all damages, blah, 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 but that's only as good as the value of the company that's providing the indemnification. And the second and probably most important way is to have them name you as an insured or an additional insured in an amount that you tell them, $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, whatever's the appropriate amount, so that would be the first line of defense. But ultimately, as long as you're owner, there's a way to sue you.
So we'll bring back, is that something we want to, I'm good either way. If it's something we'd like to pursue, either one. If not, I'm perfectly fine.
Well, I think we need to pursue both of them. So whatever the mechanism is
Okay.
that we need to go by in order to make that happen.
Okay.
The Resource Center is something that, we've been talking about for a couple of years now, and something that's needed here in our community. It's going to serve our population. So I think we definitely look at that. And then the warehouse on Luss Road, I think I mentioned a couple of meetings ago that we need at least go and put some paint on it, pressure wash it or something. So now if we lease it, then they're responsible for cleaning it up and making it a viable place to look at. So whatever process we need to do, I think we need to proceed with both of those.
Okay. Anybody?
Well, initially, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Initially, we had already agreed
right,
to it.
right.
And then unbeknown, I didn't know that they had walked away from it, but then they came back and City Serve actually has been such a base that has given so much to not just the community, but the different churches in and around Apopka and outside of Apopka. And he's run out of space from all the donations that he gets. And he's actually put one of the biggest employers that we have here in the city on hold because he doesn't have the space to take their donations. So he had, I have to kind of just disclose that Pastor Todd did call me, kind of advocating for it again because he realized he had it and then he walked away from it, but he wanted to advocate that, the importance of, for him, he stressed how important it was to stay in Apopka.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a whole bunch of energy either way. I just, it's more about what are the details of it? What's the commercials involved here? Again, I was disappointed that the last meeting related to the Apopka Resource Center, again, was not noticed, not placed on our calendar. Yes, I knew the date, but I want to go to a meeting where when there's multiple people there, we can be active participants. And that did not afford us the ability to do so. So until such time we can be active participants and really get to the crux of that conversation, it's still kind of this nebulous term, Apopka Resource Center. So I want to be able to talk through those things.
Okay.
So, but again, I'll react to data. Sure. I mean, that's what I'm ultimately trying to get at.
Okay, so we'll notice, I mean, it's kind of a slippery slope because, Commissioner Smith and I, we both are Sertomans. So theoretically, so we can't talk about city business at Sertoma meetings. The same way with our, now that, Commissioner Velasquez has shown up the last couple of times. So I'm fine noticing them all. It's just, you tell me if we want to notice
I want to have a notice one so that way sunshine, we don't violate sunshine.
Correct.
All five of us could show up and be as frank as possible. We could, as long as you take minutes, you can.
Okay, right. Then we have to have somebody take minutes.
Well, that's what I mean, like a properly noticed meeting where minutes are taken.
Okay, right.
And that way we don't have to, we can fully have a conversation.
Correct. Agreed. We just got
Just like a workshop.
Right, just have to have somebody take minutes. That's
Right.
whereas at Sertoma, I'm not going to have somebody come to Sertoma to take minutes. So Commissioner Smith and I just don't talk city business. So it's,
Right.
Understood. So we can make that happen. Okay. Next up, police accreditation, October, what day? You zoned out? Down at Sanibel. Yes. So hope we're getting, I guess we've gotten the good news or that we were recommended for accreditation. So that's awesome. Third time. Good. This is the last week for hurricane preparedness. So if you want to buy hurricane supplies, you're tax-free. Let's see here. Jim hit, we've got this, last month was a record. We issued 1,391 permits. So congratulations to the team over in permitting. They did an amazing job. We got the Eco Bike ride, which we sent you some information on October 28th. It's going to be the same route as last time. Commissioner Smith, get a bike that's got two pedals that work, okay? But
I'm ready.
Okay, you ready? Okay, I think it's about a 5-mile trip.
Yes.
We had a great turnout last time. We had Susan Bone was there, and who else? We had somebody else, other city staffer came. Nicole, yeah. So anyway, come on out. It'll be October 28th. You will definitely see some critters. There's no doubt about that. Hispanic Heritage Celebration, September 16th, at Kitland Nelson Park from 2 to 8 o'clock. Be sure to come down for that. Commissioner Velasquez talked about the memorial, September 11th memorial out front, 8:30 a.m. And then one thing I've just put in your, I had sent to Chuck to send to you folks. We just got back the test results this morning on the 1,4-dioxin, which is it's the chemical that Seminole County's been having fits over and is a carcinogen. And so I asked for, us to go ahead and get our water tested. We got it tested. All of the results all 5 of our wells came back at undetectable levels of this 1,4-dioxin. So good news, Apopka, we don't have to worry about that. And that was an out of cycle. We did it back in 2014, 15. We did the test, which is not I don't know if it's not a regularly scheduled mandated test or whatnot, but anyway, I just for everybody's, peace of mind, we did that. So,
Will that be going on the website?
yes, it'll go on there tomorrow. I did not put, there's 14 pages and it's gobbledygook. It's only, if you're a techie that knows a lot about, you can't even read these reports. I had to talk to our team down there and so I've got like the two paragraph thing I sent you, plus just the cover page. Just enough to show you that we actually did the test and that there's the 2 paragraphs kind of laying out what we did, so.
Just you may want to put it on current letterhead, FYI.
What's on it?
It's got it outdated.
Okay, yikes. All right, we'll get her done. Okay. with
I
that-
had one last thing, and it was just on my list, that was my second list, is Ms. Sherman, for the forensic audit, are you waiting on me on that? Okay, we'll be talking this week then. Thank you.
And Mayor, did we ever come up with a policy as to how we're going to put the non-city sponsored events on the website? We talked about we was going to do it as like an advertisement. They would pay.
We're working on that with Radley and his team and also with Kelly. And so we're working on a proposal. We want to try to have like 2 tiers for folks that, I don't know, what do you think, Radley? Maybe next meeting? Okay, yeah, we definitely want to do it, and so we'll have that out, amphitheater. Okay, got it. With that, we'll just take a 5-minute break and get right back to budgets.
You say 10.
10, whatever Blanche says.
Okay.
Okay.